Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub?
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
Hey, look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's what really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now
What are you thinking about? Rolling a blunt? Taking a pee break? What are you doing?
And now, another major production.
I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Yeah, Chaka not talking while he's so distant. Yeah, Chaka be talking but they don't listen. Yeah, he's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sights as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast, your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of reverence. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain. They give you lithium to get rid of that shit? I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipedes. You finna find out. Screw those that's kin to me. Let me find out. Hit the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do this till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or it's a porn star with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and work in the factory. Whatever I do, I'ma do it happily. I'm tired of these rappers too, they do it tackily. That's why I'm here, I'm the shit this year. We gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something you can feel. When shit's fucked up, gon' drop a tear. I'ma pull my pants up, grab another beer. Rap's messed up and I don't have no fear. Attack the chest up, it's a grown man in here. Ask you little chaps, what have you done in the field? Throw your steps up, let them know you're still here. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yo, you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, let me find out. Ain't no telling what you finna see, you finna find out. Yeah, bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. Bounce, rock, shake, wiggle. We gon' come through and put it in the middle. They calls me fiddler cause I play the fiddle. Checking masters, white pipes, I's a good nigga. I said you really not feeling me, let me find out. Yo, question my ability, let me find out. Yo, invest in my enemy, yo, let me find out.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. Don't take our word for it. Look that mess up, please. For your own benefit, I'm begging you. Look it up. Pay a little bit more attention. Spend a few more times thinking of, a few more moments thinking about something. A little bit more time. Just give it a minute. Let it settle. Let it soak in. Hopefully. You know. Anyways, how y'all feel? Y'all feel good? I feel good. I feel good. You know, even though the pinch, I'm feeling the pinch. I want to talk about that a bit. And hopefully we get some people in here and I want to ask them how they feel, you know, about the pinch. Because when I say the pinch, you know, it's the gas prices, the prices of food, you know, the prices of housing. You know what I'm saying? The wages that haven't increased. You know what I mean? All the stuff that you have to pay. It's literally everything going up. It's been really hot in Houston, so the light bill is high. Like everything. So that's the pinch. That's what I'm talking about. And then it's like a global pinch that's happening, you know? I think that, you know, people had too much autonomy because what they're going to keep on saying is they're going to say, oh, well, more people aren't in poverty than they've ever been before in history or whatever, whatever the hell, you know what I'm saying? So like, that doesn't really mean anything. You know, it sounds really good on the surface, but it doesn't really mean anything because people are suffering. They can live better. Yes. But, you know, the pinch is in. So there's people that benefit from this. So look at all of the companies that have made so much money during the pandemic and after the pandemic and right now. Look at how much money the gas people are making. Like profit. We're talking about profit. You know, what is going on? Meanwhile, the rest of us is freaking struggling to get by. I saw this post. I don't know if I mentioned it on the show, but I saw this post on Facebook that really had me going. Now, I don't really scroll Facebook. Like, I'm never on Facebook. But I randomly, because I be checking my own shit on Facebook. So I was checking my own shit, and I somehow accidentally ended up on the feed. And I saw this post from somebody that on Facebook. And they said they had to leave their job. The job they worked years to get promoted and move up in this company and get this position that they have. But now with the gas prices being that the way that they are, it doesn't make sense for this person to continue this position because they have to commute. So they got to take a pay cut, but the pay cut makes more sense because now they don't have to drive as far. And they also don't have the position that they had before. So now they got to try to work their way up. That's what the person said. They was like, oh, well, you know, I'll just work my way up again. It hit me right in the chest. It's so freaking sad, you know, that's the right thing to do. That's the right attitude to have. Get out there, go back at it, you know, get in the grind, make it happen again. You've done it before. You can do it again. So that's the right attitude to have. But why should you have to make that damn decision when you got other people that's controlling this stuff? And then when I talk about price fixing or whatever, then people think I'm crazy. Like, you think these people don't sit down behind closed doors and have meetings and shit? Like, that's all they do is have meetings, bro. What do you think they're talking about in the meetings, bro? Come on. Anyways, let me slow down because I'm gonna get emotional. Already gotten emotional. So let's slow down. I have some stuff while I wait for people to get in here. Let me do this. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, so this one, can I play this? Am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. Okay. So this clip is, the caption says, National Celebration as the globalist Italian government collapses in on itself. And this is what I've been talking about. Like, this follows the theme because we were just talking about Sri Lanka the other day, and they have basically collapsed. The people collapsed the government. So it's looking like the same thing is happening in Italy. So I don't know much about this. It says national celebration as the globalist Italian government collapses in on itself. The Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi offers resignation. What's up, Pat? How you feeling?
We could only be so lucky
I know, man. I think it's coming this way, though. I think it's coming this way. I mean, the politicians that we have, they're trying to stave this thing off as long as they can and keep their little cush positions as long as they can. But yeah, I don't think it's there's only amount of time, only a certain amount of time before that is no longer going to work. They can't keep coming with this media lying to us and just saying this, that, and the other, and thinking people just going to keep on soaking, just taking it up the rear, bro. I don't think people. And thank you for the donation too, by the way, Pat. Supporting the show because the show
I don't know
definitely
what you're
needed
talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
it. I appreciate it.
Well, I'm supporting us. The show. I mean, but you mentioned it last night, and I already had intentions on doing something, but
I appreciate it.
oh yeah, for sure, for sure. But the pinch is in.
Yeah, the picture's in. What do you think about that? Like, what do you think about that?
You know, it's a beautiful mess. You know what I'm saying? If you if you can get to that mindset, to that the to seeing the world that way, because I mean, in order for us, like in order for greatness, there has to be a failure. There has to be, you know, things are gonna have to, and things have to get bad in order for it to, to be able to see the good, or, I mean, there's different things that has to happen from time to time, and I think this is just one of those moments that we actually, living through it. We're actually, seeing the, like, I mean, am I really excited about it? Nah, not really, but at the same time, I know, you know, God does things like this for a reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think it's the balance of the universe. At some point things gotta if things are out of balance, it's the
Yeah,
pen.
I mean, yeah, when things are out of balance, I mean, that's the only way for you to really find a way, or for, to allow, you know, the universe to rebalance itself.
Because it's
And,
gonna do
and
it.
but honestly, like one of the things that I kind of looked at, how I looked at it, I was like, you know what? The universe is not really out of balance. It's really us.
Yeah, that's true. I would
You know what I'm saying?
wholly agree with that. We are the ones that's out of sync. We are the
Yeah.
ones that's out of balance.
So I mean, where
We need to come
things,
back to the balance with the universe, with nature, with God,
yeah,
instead of pushing against it. That's
exactly.
perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. But it's like the pendulum though, right? It's gonna swing back to the middle. Like
It's
there's
got,
no there's
it's
no
got to.
escaping that.
Yeah, no, it has to, and we, really like have to, because I mean, like I'm a believer in the law of attraction, and I had to catch myself because like I'm throwing myself out of balance. I'm not falling into balance with the universe because of my, my angst, my anger, my, like I need to have, more trust and belief in, or have my knowing of, the universe that is gonna do what is necessary for us to prosper and grow again. So
Let me play this clip. This is Germany.
uh, this classic. Hold on, let me see.
The
Okay,
sign they're saying says Great Reset stopping. Yeah, so
stopping it.
man, yeah, I don't know,
No, what is
man.
it?
Stopping. I don't know. Um,
Stepping? Is it stopping or stepping?
I don't know. It looks like stopping. I don't know. It's weird. Maybe it's because of the Russian language. I don't know. But freaking but my point is the clip I played earlier was what was that? Italy. They're acting the ass in Italy. They're acting the ass in Sri Lanka. And they're obviously acting the ass in Germany.
Yeah, well, and maybe because see what they're probably meaning is that a lot of the plans that hopefully that's more so what it means because I know that there's a lot of people like the elite here probably are going to do everything they can because I mean we'll uphold stuff like this for way too long. Like there's people that believe and just love all of this government what it offers to people, which I mean if you really take a clear look, is it's not the great country that we all hoped and wish it would be. It's gone down a totally different trajectory, and you know, you need to kind of just let that shit fly, and that's what we need the majority of people to start to just realize that it's okay. Like it wasn't serving anyone. It was serving very few people, shall I say?
Yeah, man. So it's got to go. It's not working. If something does, that's what bothers me a lot is when people be like, something works. I'm like, it doesn't work. They're like, oh, you just got to wiggle it, fiddle with it, thump it, or whatever. You
No.
got to press the button really hard, or you got to press it 3 times, or whatever. You got to.
If you hold it down for 3 seconds and then you release it, let it pop up, it's going. I'm like, bro, like
That means it doesn't
the shit
work,
is
bro.
broke. The shit is broken. You said, don't you remember we used to be able to just push the button and let it go and it comes on? You remember that? Yeah, that's what it's supposed to always do. But when it doesn't do that, then that gives you a clear sign it's broken.
Yeah. And I hate it when
And
people be like, no, it's not broken. It works. It works fine. Look. I'm like,
for
bro,
who? Like, please, and sometimes like I think people really have to, you have to get them to like actually hear it, like say it out of their own mouth and hear it back at themselves.
yeah, because
That
I think
like for you, like write a list down of like the systems that actually help people, and the ones that they list. Let me point out how you're missing it. Yes, because there's some things that's in place, but it's still broken. Like it's not fulfill
it's not
what it's.
functioning properly. You
Yes,
know,
exactly.
the way it was originally designed to work. So then it's not working. And that's really simple. And it's really dumb to have the damn argument. It bothers the shit out of me. And that's like how the attitude that everybody has about everything, because it's like, oh, it's not a problem. Racism don't really exist. You know what I mean? The cops kill white people just as much as they, or actually more than they kill black people. So that's, y'all, what are y'all talking about? Stuff
Yeah,
like
but
that.
yeah, but when you gotta have that discussion, it's kind of like, okay, now I'm the racist because I'm pointing this stuff out. But honestly, I really don't care because it's like this is what's really true. Because when you got a guy that goes and shoot up innocent people on the 4th of July at a parade or park or whatever, and he can run off, have the day to kind of collect his thoughts, and then they catch him, or he turns himself in, well, however it is, he lives. But the guy who you know is fearing his life because these are angry people that just because of his skin color, they're gonna find a reason to shoot him up, and then not only do they shoot him once, twice, 3 times, no, 60 times. He's got bullets, and this is one of the examples. So I'm like, where in what world is that equality?
The autopsy of that came out too. I ain't gonna cover that though.
No, I
Check
don't.
this
Yeah,
out.
I,
This
I know I
this
mentioned it, but I'm not really trying to go into it. I'm just,
yeah.
yeah.
Check this out. It's like, is it racist? Check this out. Let me see if I really want to start it over. Hold on.
Sí se puede.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
I mean, you got the first sort of mainstream African American who was articulate and bright and clean, nice looking guy. I mean, that's a storybook, man.
if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. The reason I was able to stay sequestered in my home is because some black woman was able to stack the grocery shelf.
Look, when
this organization.
Wait, let her finish. It's only
go
the diversity
ahead.
of this community, as distinct as the Bogotas of the Bronx, as beautiful as the blossoms of Miami, and as unique as the breakfast tacos here in San Antonio.
Oh God.
Unlike the African American community, with notable exceptions, the Latino community is an incredibly diverse community. All right.
Okay, that's good.
Look, the one with Biden and Charlemagne the God. You know, the campaign when he's talking about, you know,
you ain't black.
Yeah, that one. I know Obama freaked out. He's what the fuck?
Yeah, like, if Obama would have been there, he'd been like, Joe,
no,
calm down,
like,
Joe.
No, yeah, look, say, bro, I believe he would have, like, everything that he would had, like, he wouldn't be able to contain himself. Like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the hell do you mean?
He would have helped him. Because they on the same team. So he probably would have saw it coming.
Not because they want to be.
Yeah. Yeah, but they on the same team for shizzle. And so he would have defended him, and he would have tried to cover it up. I'm sure he was at home with a face plant when he first saw it. It's like, oh, Joe, come on, Joe. Do better, Joe. Damn.
How many times am I gonna have to surgically remove your foot from your fucking mouth?
Because when he was vice president, Obama did it a lot. Because see, this is normal Joe Biden. This is not like, you know, senile Joe Biden. This is just him. And
no, exactly.
And,
like he would, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So even during Obama's when he was president, he would jump in there and save Biden, you know, time and time again from putting his foot in his mouth. Mm-hmm. he just can't keep his foot out his mouth.
Nope. And shit, he lucky I'm not too close enough to him, because he'll have to surgically remove my foot from his ass.
I just think that, so whoever put together this clip, like, it's so freaking funny. It's like, is it racist?
No, is it racist?
Yeah, everybody already knows the answer.
I mean, you got to ask the question like you knew or before you asked it. So yeah, that's some bullshit right there.
Yeah, that's pretty funny to me. It's that internet gossip. I don't know if I want to cover this. This is cool. So this is a good thing right here. Let me play this.
Now, starting on July 16th, you know how there's 911? Well, now, starting on July 16th, there's 988 for anyone experiencing a mental health crisis or suicidal thoughts. This is huge because police should never be handling mental health crises. 988 will offer 24/7 access to trained crisis counselors. And through their American Rescue Plan, Biden has asked for $282 million in investment for infrastructure for the program. You can call or text 988 for yourself or for a loved one that you think may need crisis support. Please like and share this as widely as possible so that someone who needs it can get access. You know how there's 911? Well, now, starting on July 16th, there's 988 for anyone experiencing a mental health crisis or suicidal thoughts.
That's really good. I hope that's national. It says,
I hope that's real. That almost feels like a scam almost.
Yeah, it does. It sounds too like it makes too much sense to even be real. Like, it says, the caption says, the 988 dialing code will be available to everyone across the United States starting on July 16th. Please spread the word for whoever needs access to this. Because, you know,
today. No, that's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's tomorrow. So that's a really good thing. I mean, because you know how black people are. We don't really like to call the police
But
anyway.
but no, but let me ask. I mean, like, is there something that we need to like? I'm kind of like now. I'm kind of getting worried. Like, do they know something we don't? Like these people. Like, I mean, they about to set off. It's like some of these people who done got the. You know what is gonna start experiencing things that
Oh
they
man,
hadn't before.
that's the rabbit hole right there, man. I'm gonna be careful about talking about this because they still on people about this, and then it's like coming back, like they're talking about it more and more. But Jimmy Dore, he was talking about it, and he said that he played a clip. Did I play this? I don't think I played it. He played. It's a doctor in the UK, and he's talking about the increase in deaths. He's
Hmm.
specifically in the UK, but other countries around the world. He used the UK because they have really good data in the UK, and it's really clear there. So the data
Well,
is
they're
showing
more they're being more honest than
the
the
UK
people
is much
on
better
this
at
on.
collecting good data. They are. So that, yeah,
No,
being more honest.
well,
I agree.
I don't necessarily believe that they're better at collecting data. That they're a little more. They might be a little more transparent
Transparent.
or more
Yeah.
more because like believe me, the U.S. knows how to collect data.
Yeah.
The,
Around the
just what
world.
just the way they share it. Just you know, especially these guys, like they're not being honest about it. Like, but however, um, yeah, no, I was listening to some of that. I think this is like a 2 week old video, unless because he probably came back with the one last week and then did it again. But
Yeah,
you
maybe a
know,
week or two is fairly recent. And talking about the increase of deaths, like not due to COVID, like these are pre-COVID numbers. The numbers of deaths are substantially higher post-COVID, and they're like, what is the cause of it? What is it? It's a real thing. It's not something that's like just the numbers thing. It's a real thing because they're comparing, average number of deaths in the country, pre-COVID, and now they're higher, and it's not just the UK who's so that might be related to that. That's what Jimmy Dore was trying to say without saying it, and
yeah,
I'm not gonna say it either.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
on
gonna
YouTube.
leave it alone because
So that's
I read I actually read stuff. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? And there's a lot of information that's out there that if you just look, if you go to some of these places, the information is there. You don't have to worry about somebody else trying to tell you on the mainstream that's getting paid to kind of not break it so
It's,
hard to you.
it's a lot of data out there. They're talking about the lab and all of that now. So I'm still scared to talk about it. Let me read a comment underneath this. It says, I say, this is exactly why I'm working so hard at my degrees. I'm specializing in trauma and crisis mental health counseling. I can't wait for this to grow. So that's the thing about the 988 number. Everybody needs to know about this. It says, we are trained professionals that are equally trained every single day through reliance and stimulations. They send us meditation. Oh, shit. Remixes with J Dilla beats, LOL, as well as others for distressors they are so good in. I don't know what this person is saying. I'm gonna move on. So yeah, I think this is a good thing. I want to say it again: 988 instead of 911. If you are dealing with a mental health issue or something like that, or welfare checks and stuff like that, stuff then that you don't need the cops to show up with bullets and guns for. Yeah, we should have. That's so common sense. It should
And
have
I think
been.
like because I mean not necessarily just mental health, but for those kids or the adults that have communication issues like I, I I I forget the special needs kids or whatever that might have issues. They might have exertions of anger, but they're really not. They're scared. It's not really dangerous. They're just whatever. I think that'll be a good number to call for them as well.
Yeah. So, freaking Biden went to Israel. Did you hear about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute,
So
Israel? I thought he was going to Saudi Arabia. Did he go to both?
both. Yeah, he went to Saudi because that's why it's a connection. Really, it was Saudi Arabia sending Biden to Israel. Related to
Triangle.
related to fuel and stuff like that, trying to get Saudi Arabia to stop doing stuff like buying. Saudi Arabia just bought a whole bunch of more gas from Russia. They like, we ain't tripping on this shit. Like we know y'all tripping on that, but we not tripping on that. But but it's other stuff too. What is it? Gas, oil reserves or whatever want to be released to Israel, sold to Israel, some shit like that. So basically, Biden going over there. Well, he went to Israel to chop it up with them, so they could tell him exactly what they want from him. And then he went to Israel. I mean, to Saudi Arabia to tell the the princes, to talk to the princes and get them to do something to benefit Israel. Well, who knows how it went or what they talked about or whatever. But the point of it is, this video right here is really good because it's showing clips of how the Israeli military behaves and the stuff, horrible ass shit that they be doing. At the same time, while Biden is, saying, "Oh yeah, we stand with Israel," and da 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 da. So it's like, here, let me play it.
You know how there's 911?
It's an honor to once again stand with friends and visit the independent Jewish state of Israel. My first visit was, as you mentioned, as a young United States Senator.
See, that was when that funeral, they killed that journalist, and they were walking with the body, the procession like they normally do, and the damn military, the cops came and kicked over the casket. Like, for what?
Delaware.
Chinatown, right here in New York. It's separate.
It's an honor to once again stand with
this clip is longer than that. Why won't let me go to it?
And visit the independent Jewish state of Israel. My first visit was, as you mentioned, as a young United States Senator from Delaware.
That clip is a whole minute, and it only letting me play like 15 seconds of it.
You know how there's 911?
It's an honor to once again stand.
And it won't let me go to it. How come that won't
and with
whatever.
Friends.
Y'all get the point anyways. The point, they showed a good number of clips of horrible atrocities that, the Israelis do to the Palestinians. Meanwhile, Biden is giving his speech about how we stand with our friends and so forth and so on. So, basically it's showing which side, the United States chooses between Palestine and Israel.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's like common knowledge. I don't want to spend much time on it because it's so but I mean, it's a thing that I think people aren't really aware of. Like, they only get one side of this story all the time. They don't get to see the Palestinian point of view.
Yeah, and I was like, I mean, they befriend, just like how they befriended Israel is the exact same thing they did with Ukraine, and
it's very similar because the Nazis, the hate, very, very similar, just like Saudi Arabia too.
Yeah.
Chinatown, right here in New York.
Let me play this. This is Farrakhan talking about, and what this made me think about was, we talked about integration being not necessarily a good thing in the show the other day, and this is what listening to Farrakhan
It's an honor once again.
Chinatown, right here in New York, is separate in an American equation. They don't feel like they suffer because they control what goes on in their part of the town. They're the business people. You
I don't care. You're doing it again. It's wrong.
Chinatown.
Oh wait, let me go to the post. Let me go to it. Let me play it again. Sorry, y'all. One more time.
Separate in an American equation. They don't feel like they're suffering because they control what goes on in their part of the town. They're the business people. You can't say, well, I'm going to set up a business in Chinatown and I'm going to sell shrimp fried rice and egg foo young. Not there. They will tell you quick. Not here. Go up in Harlem or go up where you live in Brooklyn and you set up your shop. But you don't own the businesses in your own community. Everybody, all the immigrants that come to America, do you know where they find the American dream? By setting up businesses in the black community, providing us with our necessities, which we should be able to provide for ourselves. Chinatown, right?
All right. What you think?
Well, I mean, I've always kind of leaned toward that it benefited others more than it did ourselves, and um, it's. I think it probably hurt it. It probably hurt us way more than it helped because, like I said, it shouldn't have staggered our growth, but it definitely did. We took our eyes off the ball. Like, I mean, we were, we felt like people who we were surrounded by, you know, especially during that time that they were our friends, they loved us, but no, they were still steadily trying to make a position better for themselves. But
Yeah. So, and then the thing is, what Farrakhan is talking about in this clip is about how, like, so I wonder, within, like, let's say Chinatown, do you think they're feeling the pinch the same way the rest of us are?
I'm sure that, like, I mean, everybody has their, groups. I mean, because it may be not as bad as some, but they I'm sure they have a percentage of people who's not in a good place.
Yeah. So, but I'm willing to bet that their community shields them from at least some of it.
Um, I guess. I mean, like I said, I couldn't really answer specifically. I don't
Yeah, I
really.
can't say for sure either, but I'm speculating here on the idea of, the
I,
community. And then he's talking about within the United States. So he's like, even within the United States, these people have their community where they
well,
take care of each other, and they have their businesses where they cater to each other. You know what I mean? So I would think that, within the community, I mean, like, everybody's raising prices. We talk about the mom and pop store back in the day where you could go to the corner store and they front you some bread or whatever the hell. They know your mom and whatever, like, and they're not penny pitching you on price. They let you go on stuff. I'm sure it will be like that within the community. You know what I'm saying? They go to the store, everybody's raising prices. So, but do those people going to raise the prices on their own people just because, you know what I'm saying? Maybe if they have to, but if they don't have to, they probably wouldn't, right?
yeah. Yeah. I think they're gonna probably they would try to keep the prices as low as they could for as long as they can because I mean they're still looking at the same kind of tariffs when they getting stuff over here. I mean, they're paying a lot of extra costs that just like everybody else is. So I'm sure they can't just do it without raising prices at all. But
Yeah.
I would
But
say
they,
so. Actually, while I was thinking about my cousin. Me and my cousin was talking earlier, and she was saying like how they, the Asians, the Chinese or Vietnamese, the Asian period stick together more, and that's where our fault is like, she, I guess it's like, she said because the way she mentioned it was she went to the restaurant or whatever, and she mentioned it's like, man, y'all been here, y'all have done well with this restaurant. Y'all only been here like 10, 12, 20, 30 years, something like something. I forget how the number, but they said we've been here for 400. You know, and I'm like, and she's like, yeah, because we stick together. You know, you can break one stick, but you can't break 10.
Yep.
So,
And that's what we need to do. No
yeah,
excuses. Figure out a
yeah,
way.
yeah. Because I mean, that semantics of that 400-year number is, you know, untrue. It's actually much longer than that, but that makes it even worse. So, I mean, but the 400 years is a big enough example, you know, big enough, you know, to get the point across. So, but
This guy right here, what's his name? Talib Kweli reposted this, but this is Crank Lucas. I've been following his page for a while. I don't know why I haven't been seeing his posts on my thing. They probably suppressing him just like other people. But anyways, this clip right here, repost from Crank Lucas on Talib Kweli. Talib Kweli posted it, and he's talking about. He says his caption says, "Nah, this crazy. This is way too accurate." And so this guy is gonna. He does this. He does like what do you call it? He does like funny parodies of music. He's a real producer, but he does like parodies and like jokes about artists and stuff like that. It's the kind of nerdy music stuff that I like. But this clip right here, I think everybody could understand this. He's saying he's doing how rap music or hip hop changed from the 80s to the 2020s. So y'all check it out. Let me play it.
Was ripping, but I had to keep them light.
So this
the
is the
streets
80s.
to play with doped up fiends. Cause messing with crack will give you broken dreams. So stay away from drugs. And if I had one wish, it'd be them trucks would never drop cocaine on my strip. I was out moving packs, me and moms was ripping. But I had to keep them lights on, put food in the kitchen. Stepped up to be the man with no dad in the home. I'm just trying to feed my daughter, but I'm killing my own. I'm a dope boy, all the nigga know. Riding around with P's and O's while I'm blowing on that dope. Coke money got me paid now. I'm the host choice. Didn't love me, I was bumming. Now I'm pushing Rolls Royce. I'm geeked up off this Molly and this angel dust. Geeked up off this lean and this salvia. I'm turned up off this Zanny, about to have a seizure. I'm so high that I'm gonna meet Jesus. I'm so high that I'm gonna meet Jesus.
I'm so high. I'm gonna meet Jesus. Hallelujah. It's so funny to me. So it said 1980s anti-drug use. The rappers were saying, this is what his point is. 1990s reluctant drug dealer. 2000s pro-drug dealer. 2010s pro-drug addict. He says 2020s zombie land.
Damn.
So the evolution of because you could see the culture in the music, right? So the evolution of the way people look at drugs and how it's accepted in the community, and you know what I mean? And you can see it through the music. So what they're saying is in the 80s, they were saying, you know, don't use drugs. You know what I'm saying? That's for losers or whatever. And then in the 90s, they're like, I got to make this bread. So I'm selling these drugs, even though I don't like it. And then in the 2000s, they like, shit, I'm proud to be a drug dealer. Shit, I'm balling.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And then 2010s, it's like pro-drug addict. So they didn't went from the 80s of not being looking at people that use drugs as bums and stuff to making it like it's really cool, like to be a drug addict, like, and that's what the music is, right? Like, we was talking about Travis Scott one time in the show, and it's like Travis Scott, like, all his songs are about drugs. When I was listening to him, like, I don't listen to him no more, but the earlier Travis Scott, like, literally every song was about doing drugs. You know? And what's his name? The singer, what's his name? He did the Super Bowl, not this year, the year before, last year, whatever. People was complaining about it. It was right in the middle of COVID.
The Weeknd.
The Weeknd. And The Weeknd, he had that song about cocaine, and everybody was singing. It was like the big #1 song in the country, and people didn't even know what they were singing about. He was literally singing the song. I can't feel my face. But drug addicts knew what he was talking about. But like literally nobody knew what he was talking about.
I did.
Talking about that song, I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
Yeah, it
And
sounds
I
like
love it.
he sounds like he's singing to a girl. It sounds like he's talking about a girl.
Who was?
It's that white girl though.
A white one, yeah.
it's that white girl, that cocaina. the yayo. If her name is Yayo, that's who he was talking about.
Because I remember those days.
Yeah, so I just think it's funny, like, and then the culture reflects, I mean, the music reflects the culture. And then it's crazy how, like, you know, drug use is so, you know, accepted, widespread, even like, you know, really overdoing it, like really going too far. Because, you know, the whole alcohol thing, it's like, there was a Family Guy, and he was like, he was trying to make fun of, well, who were they making fun of? They were making fun of, I don't know what they were making fun of, Vikings or something. I don't know what they were making fun of. But he said, we're going to drink and eat our fill and talk about other times we drank and ate our fill. You know what I mean? So it basically expresses the culture. You get what I'm saying? Like overconsumption is good times.
I suppose. I think I used to think like that.
Well, the culture makes you think like that, I think. You know, alcohol, how many times, like, they're having fun. You go to a party and you get drunk and they're like, oh, I had a great time. Like, last night was a blast. Like, you got drunk and you was hugging the toilet all morning. Like, you call that a good time? But that's what, in your mind, that's your brainwashed to think that that's a good time.
Well, it felt great. So that's why it was such a good time. But I mean, the after effects of it, yeah, you kind of, you know, recalculate, you know, everything. But in the moment, you're just enjoying it.
Yeah, but okay, yeah. So, but is it a good?
I'm not saying no. I'm not trying to argue that it's really a good thing because I mean,
Yeah.
no shit. You really not use. I mean, just the terminology we use when we get drunk. Man, I'm all fucked up. Or you know, like in any other case, you know, that would be like really a bad thing. Like, I mean,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I was all fucked up, man. I was retarded. I couldn't even stand up. I didn't even know where I was at. I lost my phone. I wrecked my car. Bro, that's a good time.
That's a horrible night, bro. Like, you are you listening to what you're saying to yourself about yourself?
Yeah.
It was a good time up until that point.
Yeah, I guess, you know, that's an argument. But I'm just saying that our society that we live in, it tells you that going to get drunk is what you do to have a good time. You know? And then the alcohol is legal. It's still a drug, but it's legal, so it's okay.
Overdoing everything because whether it's overeating, over drinking, over indulging in whatever drug it is, like usually it's what overdoing whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah, and our society tells you that it's okay. Overindulge, it's okay. YOLO, you only live once, you know. Go have fun or whatever, you know. And
Yeah, because we'll turn around and trade stories. Like, I bet you my story better than yours.
Yeah.
Yeah. I bet you I was more fucked up than you were.
Yeah. I was so drunk. I had alcohol poisoning. I had to stay in the hospital for 3 days. I was so drunk.
They pumped my stomach and like bro.
I was so fucked up. I had popped 2 Mollies, 3 Xannies, and and a whole bottle of tequila.
Oh my god!
Like, I almost died. They had to revive me. Like, bruh. Bruh.
And I use and say, bro, I think about it like that because like I used to do that shit, man. Not the Xannies and all that other kind of shit, but you know, back in the day when we called speedballing, like take a freaking ecstasy and do coke.
Bro, I'm glad I never got into that kind of shit, bro.
I popped some
The
pills before,
extent
but
of
I ain't
my
never.
drug uses was marijuana. That's it. That was the extent of it.
Well, hey,
Yeah. Hey, some.
if that was fun for you, hey, do your thing. Because I mean, and of course I smoke weed too, but at the same time, I'm just saying, like,
I don't know if it was fun. It was just more. It was just one of those things that was like, like it's kind of like when I smoked weed. I compare weed to like if you have like this great meal and then afterwards, you have a cigarette or you have this stressful situation and you get through that shit and it's like, fuck, I need a cigarette. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
That's kind of how weed was. It was something that when I did it, it was just, mellow. Like I focused. You know what I'm saying?
and
I
look, I'm gonna tell you,
focused. I thought about a lot of shit that I like, and then like regular weed didn't really do that to me. It wasn't until I started smoking dro, bro. Like when I got a hold of some dro, it was like, it's like, man, this shit opened my third eye, bro. Because I used to think about shit and do different. Like, god damn, like for
nah,
real.
say, man, I'm gonna tell
I
you
wish
that
I
the
could
the,
do
the
that shit
straight.
occasionally now, but I can't, nigga. You never know when they gonna pop a random.
Well, like I can't even imagine. Like nowadays, like I can't even imagine any of that. Even down to a cigarette. Like I can't. I can't stand none of them.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I asked the dude for a cigarette yesterday, or well, actually this morning. I was like, man, I'm gonna just try this cigarette. He gave it, and he was like, yeah, sure. He gave it to me, and my coach, I was like, you smoked that cigarette already? I was like, nah, I didn't. He's like, you don't need that shit. You've been doing good. And he's like, bro, that's why I ain't smoking. I was like, I thought about it. I was like, I don't want to smell like no fucking cigarette. Like, I got good cologne on that I wear to work.
Oh,
You know
pretty
what I'm
boy
saying?
ass nigga.
I got, my
Yeah,
uniforms are pressed. I press them. I got good cologne. I don't want to be smelling like no funky
you
ass
know.
cigarette. I threw that
But
shit
you know what?
away, bro.
I would maybe smoke some pot, some weed or whatever. But like I can't even do that. Like that's. I mean, I don't mainly do it because of I'm driving and shit like that. But the times that I have tried to, the shit is so bro. Look, a half a pull has me losing my mind. Like I gotta sit
It's
down
super
somewhere.
strong now. It's super
It's
strong.
yeah, bro. Like I grew up with Reggie, and now they got some GMO, like some shit where like this shit come like this shit might as well be doing freaking coke or something because it's just as strong as a real drug. That T is the high levels of THC
Yep. High
that's
levels of
in it.
THC. Yeah. And that's not the natural way you're supposed to consume it because what is the other one? The
CBD.
CBD, yeah. So the amount of CBD mixed with the THC is how you're supposed to consume it because they mellow each other out. They work together. Like,
Yeah. Well, see, I vape CBD. See, like I didn't got away from doing like regular vape with nicotine in it.
yeah,
I've been vaping with CBD to keep me calm. Like to
I
take
need to
the
try
edge
that.
off.
That sounds great.
It's
Um,
actually pretty cool. I like it.
but what I wanted to, the reason why I mention this is because like our society, how like when somebody is if they did something that's not cool, like they cheated or they lied or they stole or they did something foul, they are very comfortable announcing it. Like not only that, like they tell everybody that they did it. Like how the people when they do murders and they tell everybody they know the story and shit. So but our society promotes that. Our society is like that. So but when they do something good, you're quiet about it. You don't tell anyone. You're ashamed of it. It's like you're ashamed of doing good things and you're proud of doing terrible things.
Hmm.
I don't know,
Hmm.
bro, because I'm so private. I don't mention shit. If I done something bad, ain't nobody gonna know but me and God. Like I ain't snitching on myself.
Telling you.
That's what the culture teach you today. Snitch on yourself.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
ain't
dry
telling on
snitching.
myself.
They
I
they
ain't
Yeah, that's
saying shit.
they clout chasing, and that's what the internet's all about right
they.
now. But it's our culture though. The internet is our culture. Like our culture pours into the internet. The internet reflects it back to us. These guys who go around like they say that another high profile rapper is about to catch another RICO charge in Atlanta. They haven't announced who it is. The DA's already done built an investigation.
Damn. Well, say, bro, I'm not surprised. I mean, I know like there's shit going on in every city, but like especially in like Atlanta, I'm sure you're probably gonna see some stuff going on down in Miami, which might not end up as quite as bad, but Atlanta with all of the different rappers that's coming up, or even young comedians that's coming up that didn't like got the quick money, like that's from the vines and the all the different stuff that just happened within the last few years. I think has a lot of them probably were still running drugs or even started running drugs so that they could help friends or people around them.
Yeah.
So
But they be
and
snitching on themselves. But I
Hey,
think
you
that
heard that shit
all
Charleston
the
White
posting,
said?
yeah, what
You
did he
heard,
say?
Charleston White was like, yeah, Thug ain't been locked up but 2 months. Talking about jail, clean the nigga ass up. Talking about he singing raps about his kids and Disney and this and that. He said, I'm telling you, man. He said they keep him locked up another 6 months in them conditions that he locked up in. Talking about that nigga a snitch to get out of jail too, just like Takashi.
Yeah. I don't know about that because they making him the boss. So who the hell he gonna snitch on? They're saying that he's the jefe. And Charleston White just be being messy anyways. He's entertaining, I ain't gonna lie. He's a troll. He's a major troll.
Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know who would be the next up and coming rapper out of
Uh,
Atlanta, or the next
I,
hottest rapper, but Lil
one of them was
Baby.
saying was Gunna, not Gunna. They already got him. One of the Lil Baby.
I don't know
Don't give
which
me the
one is
line. I don't
which
follow the
one.
fucking
You said
popular
which
rap.
one is
The DA is about to put a charge on a big rapper, and that's for sure. The name they haven't released, and it's going to
yeah.
be somebody out of Atlanta. But I was saying though, I think Atlanta has like a target on it. Atlanta is one of the. I would say
It's Chocolate City,
that's
man.
that's what I'm about to say. It's like a successful black city. It really is. Like I don't know if people really see it that way, but the ones that know. There's a lot of money in that city. I think they have the most per capita black millionaires of the United States.
Eh, yeah, I mean Atlanta, because I mean, shoot, there's quite a few of them in Houston too now.
Yeah, but Atlanta extra. And then Atlanta, the way the city is, the way the culture is, the club scenes and all of that stuff is really friendly to black people.
I suppose. I mean, for Atlanta, well, yeah, no, it's been like that for a long time, but um, I think the difference is probably the way that they get the money, because most of the money that like is running around Georgia is in the black community is entertainment monies, and the black people here in Houston or whatever, a lot of them are like in oil and gas some form or another. Like they've or investments, or they
It's
it
it's
ain't
legit.
some, yeah,
Legit money,
it's
basically. It's legit
yeah.
money. It's not necessarily crime. These people are legit people. They have a tech. There's a tech center in Atlanta. I want to say it's a lot of black people who work in there. So yeah,
Is it?
black professionals. I could be wrong. There's some kind of hub that's in Atlanta. I want to say it's related to tech, but it could be a different industry.
It
Let me
could be a
play.
very small area, but because I mean, shit, Austin is like the tech capital now. After what's the Silicon Valley is dwindling down. You know, they're really trying to get everything out of that area, but
Because California. Let me play this a little bit more drama, like internet drama, just for entertainment purposes before I get, because I'm gonna get into some heavy shit tonight.
I put Molly all in her drink. She ain't even know it. Goddamn, Ricky Raper, bitch. Huh? Stop talking about money, man. Because money don't unlame a lame, nigga. There's a lot of sucker-ass niggas out here with money, and you on the list. Matter of fact, you the captain of the Suckers with Money Association of America, nigga, and we ain't impressed. So mind your business. Because that's your problem. You're always minding niggas' business. You was minding Birdman business some years back when you was running around talking about, give Khaled the money you owe him. Well, you give Meek the money you owe him, nigga. Because you got him in a 1914 slave deal, a Harriet Tubman joint that he signed when he was 19, and now he's 35. I thought you said a boss is one that guarantee we gon' eat. Well, why you ain't renegotiating with a real nigga? Thank God he fucking with them white boys. He fuck around, be broke, busted, and disgusted fucking with you. He's a hell of a businessman, though. Salute to you, Meek. But stop talking about money, man. And stop pushing that Bel Air on niggas, because they don't drink that shit no more. I got the ice electric blue bottle, and I got the lime green bottle that float in the air like Aladdin's carpet. We don't give a fuck. We don't want it, man. Niggas don't drink that shit, man. And slow up on them goddamn lemon peppers, because you're about a 6-piece away from a heart attack, nigga. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm telling you, this ain't what you want like Lil Durk first single, nigga. But ain't you the nigga that's here?
Yeah, so I don't really know the whole background of the drama, but apparently Rick Ross said something in an interview about this guy here, and this was his clap back. Yeah, I can't really give any more background on that because I don't know, and I don't really care. I just think it's funny. His impressions of Rick Ross are freaking spot on. Does this play the whole clip? This is an old clip, but it's been rotating around again for whatever reason. Is this the whole clip? Let me play this. I'm sure y'all seen this before because this is it's old as hell.
Him for standing out. The only change that ever happens is when people stand out, and I am not my
Martin Luther King Jr. was shot. Are you in any physical danger here? Are you in any physical danger here? Is that girl in any physical danger here? Emmett Till was hanged by his neck after he was beaten almost to death, simply because he made a statement to a white woman. Does he have a reason to be angry? Every time I do the exercise, there is a point at which I know I have made the point. And we could stop there, but you have to nail it down. And so it goes on longer than some people think it should, but you have to nail it down. People at this institution...
You've made your point, you're right.
Yeah, thank you very much. What is my point that I've made?
You can't make generalizations about any place because there's racism everywhere.
That's right. And while it may be... No. You don't come back in here until you've apologized to every person in this room. Because you just exercised a freedom that none of these people of color have. When these people of color get tired of racism, they can't just walk out because there's no place in this country where they aren't going to be exposed to racism. They can't even stay in their own homes and not be exposed to racism if they turn on the television. But you, as a white female, when you get tired of being judged and treated unfairly on the basis of your eye color, you can walk out that door. And you know it won't happen out there. You exercise the freedom they don't have. If you're going to be in here, you're going to apologize to every black person in this room. And do it now. And the Latinos. Every person of color.
Racism, this country.
Bullshit! No, you're not going to say, I'm sorry there's racism. You're going to apologize for what you just did.
I will not apologize because it is
Out.
not a matter of
Out.
race always.
Out. Out.
I don't.
I wish I could say that to people whenever they just be like denying reality. Just say out, out, out. You deny reality. Out, out. Y'all seen that clip before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is old.
But I've seen enough women. Oh, this one?
Yeah, it's what's her name? Jane Elliott. She's got a lot of stuff online. She was banging the hammer a long time ago, and that's why what really be irritating me is that you had people like this. This is a white lady who clearly understands the situation and trying to educate people, and then this is old, a long ass time ago, and then you got people to this day that still like saying it's not a real thing. That's so frustrating to me. Anyways, I'm gonna move on. This one, it says that cop in Uvalde having his lock screen be the Punisher logo and him being scared to take on an active shooter is truly the perfect encapsulation of how cops see themselves and who they really are. Yeah. That Punisher emblem, and it's so funny. Anyways, I'm not gonna go into the symbols, but a lot of those symbols are so dumb. They don't even represent the stuff that they. I don't know. It's a lot of confusion. They're all so ignorant. Yeah. So let me see. Before I move on, I think was there something left here that I wanted to do? Let me double check this. Germany, Confucius. Okay, let me read this one. It says Confucius said, "I see grows. Wait, a seed grows with no sound, but a tree falls with a huge noise. Destruction has noise, but creation is quiet. This is the power of silence. Grow silently." I thought that was cool, so that's why I posted it. What do y'all think about that? That person. That person is that destructive person is loud. That person that's being,
Toxic.
terrible, toxic, they're loud and extra. The person that's growing and self-reflecting, that person is not so loud. I think that's true. The other thing was that the guy, they were talking about the 10-year-old girl who got pregnant and moved out, went out of state to get an abortion, and then how Fox News and all of them was on it, and they were like, it's a hoax and it's made up and it's just for political reasons or whatever. And then the guy got arrested. So then that debunked it being a hoax. But then those people on Fox and other channels that was saying that it wasn't real didn't come back and retract their statements or apologize or say they was wrong. Like we be saying about the media all the time, they always big up a story, and then when it comes out that it's wrong, they do that quietly. So they didn't say anything about that. So, but then they're doubling down now because they're like, okay, well, what about the doctor who did the abortion? We want to persecute that guy. So they completely changing the conversation and not admitting they was wrong and focusing on, now the doctor is what the headline is on the same topic. Did y'all hear all that stuff?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's what
I heard it, but I was kind of going,
Yeah, no, I don't mean what I said. I mean the stuff that was happening with Fox and the 10-year-old girl and the abortion and all of that.
Nah, bro, I didn't.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about, it's two topics that I have to cover. I have to cover the the housing crisis because I keep mentioning it, and then I also have the one about the Second Amendment and how the Constitution has some racist undertones in there, like in between the lines. I don't want to bore y'all to death. Which one of those would y'all rather go into?
The housing market.
Okay.
I think I can get Pat lit on that one.
Oh shit.
This
now,
one is.
We may talk about that racial shit, so Pat can go and educate us on getting our indigenous government shit.
Like, you don't have to worry about them oppressing you if you just start your own damn government. Shit. Been telling y'all for the longest.
Hey man, although I said that being funny, I haven't took the initiative, so
You haven't taken the initiative
to start the process, because it's serious too. I think it's real too, and that's why sometimes when Pat be saying it, be hitting me right in the heart, because I be like, damn, that's actually it. That's the answer. The only answer I can see that's plausible, man. And then when you talk about real estate and how all the property goes back to the United States government, so what about before that? So yeah. But let's not beat that dead horse. We're always on that horse. Let me play a bit of this. Hopefully, what I want to do is I just want to play clips and talk about it because this is a long video, but they cover a lot of really good shit. Hopefully, I can get away with playing this.
Every year since 1947, the
My bad.
Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, a non-profit academic journal concerning science and global security, has published updates on a metaphorical clock counting down to the end of the world. The closer to midnight the clock hands are set, the closer we are to doomsday. Right now, the clock is set at 100 seconds to midnight, the closest it has ever been. Some dismiss the bulletin and its clock as fear-mongering, while others see it as a legitimate expression of the scientific community's angst about the future. But whatever you think about it, it's clear the 2020s have been a turbulent decade so far, and the future course of humanity rests on the decisions we'll make over the next few years. It is very likely that current trends continue. Global temperatures inch closer to 2 degrees Celsius. Millions in the developing world are displaced by drought and food shortages. Citizens in the West continue to work unfilling, dead-end jobs for poverty wages, while idiot populists keep getting elected, abusing our institutions and changing nothing as the gap between the haves and the have-nots only gets bigger. All the while, repressive dictatorships with no regard for human rights reorientate the global order in their favor and destabilize the democratic nations of the world. But there is also a possibility that this doesn't happen. Maybe we get our act together and start taking climate change seriously. We care for the poor, we fix our infrastructure, we revive communities, plan for the future, and build healthy alliances. Genuine political reform rips out the rot our institutions have been subject to over the past few decades, and our nations are put in the best possible position to challenge the unfree world. Then we can finally focus our efforts towards things like going into space, mathematics, quantum mechanics, the secrets of the universe, painting, poetry, music, architecture, the things that make life worth living. What if I told you that the difference between these two futures is one policy choice so simple, so mind-bogglingly easy, it is sheer elegance in its simplicity. It's called
building more goddamn houses!
Okay, so this guy is going to make the argument that the housing crisis, like not having enough housing for people, is the cause for a whole lot of this stuff, like all of it. And he's going to make a really good argument. So it's like you could fix a lot of these problems in the world just by making sure that people have adequate housing. And one of the things is, you know, the real estate market is going crazy. At where I work at now, we're next to an office building, and it's a bunch of, anyways, real estate people be coming in there. And so, like, they talk about the market and so forth and so on. So it's like, if you're a regular person who wants to buy like a regular house, like 250,000, 200,000, up in that range, then you're out of luck right now, because you're gonna get outbid. You're probably gonna get outbid by a big company like BlackRock or somebody who wants to buy the house and rent it out, because they're gonna make more money off of it that way. You know what I'm saying? So, but then the argument is always, you know, supply and demand. Everybody always talk about supply and demand. Well, there's the reason why the cost of housing is so high is because there's not enough housing for everyone. Okay, well, if that's the reason, then why the hell we can't just build more houses? Why we can't do that? What do y'all think? How come every city has a shortage of housing for people, not enough housing for people, and then you have all of these homeless people, and then you got all these buildings that's sitting empty, like these big skyscrapers and stuff that they build, like in downtown and areas? Them things sit empty almost all the time. They're just empty space, pointless. What do y'all think?
I think because the system was never designed for us to win. Was never designed for us to succeed. It was designed for failure. Designed for them to get their ultimate goals through, you know, their plans. You start putting all that in place, then now the population is gonna continue to keep growing. You know, people start, the wealth, you know, the circle of money start flowing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they don't, ultimately, this system does not want that. This system could give a shit less about our Constitution and core values.
Yeah. Let me play some more.
That's just my take on it.
You there, Pat? Did we lose you? The kicked you out or something. I'm gonna play some more of this right here.
Across the Western world, house prices and rents are soaring above what is remotely reasonable, caused by a steep drop in house building since the Great Recession. And this, my dear friends, is why everything is so bad these days. Let me explain. Based on the evidence I will present in this video, we can pinpoint the root cause of most of society's problems right now down to houses being so expensive. For example, in 2015, two professors at Chicago University calculated that if the housing crisis had not happened, the United States economy would be this much bigger. That's prosperity being stolen from you, buddy.
20
It is
trillion.
estimated that the housing crisis is the single worst thing to ever happen to the economy of England since World War II. Wait, no, sorry. World War What? Oh, the War of the Spanish Succession. The Civil War. No? Oh no. Oh no. The Black Death? Are you kidding me? Houses are the backbone of the free world. Solve the housing crisis and you solve all the other problems. To do that, we need to build more of them. I don't even care who does it. Private companies, the government, building societies, whatever. It is imperative. Because while Western governments argue for months about if we can take 1 meter off a historically significant car park, China has no problem building 5 new cities, 17,000 more miles of highway, and probably beginning work on a space elevator. No wonder they're calling this the start of the Chinese century. We are artificially making ourselves poorer, unproductive, unsustainable, and uncompetitive, and it's entirely down to housing. Here is how fixing the housing crisis will solve nearly all of our problems, including, but not limited to, climate change, poverty, inequality, poor public health, economic stagnation, crime, the cost of living, and more.
And when I first saw this video, I was like, there's no way that's going to make sense like that. But this video is 42 minutes long, and he does a really good job of making his argument. I'm going to go ahead. You want to make comments? I want to skip to the end because I think y'all will find this interesting. And I'm going to go back.
Politicians simply don't want to have to confront angry NIMBY voters and so propose nice-sounding but ultimately worthless solutions to placate them. And this will come back to bite them eventually, as we are about to find out from the place that decided to implement all of these terrible, terrible policies. Mississippi usually ranks among the worst in the United States in terms of education, poverty, public health, or crime. But there's one metric that Mississippi ranks the best in. They have the lowest rate of homelessness out of any state. This is because, despite their poverty and racism and so on, Mississippi goes the Finland route for solving the homeless problem.
Did y'all know that Mississippi was the state with the lowest amount of homelessness in the country?
Nuh-uh.
They build houses and they put people in them. Good job, Mississippi. Contrast this with the wealthy, liberal, high IQ California, with a homeless rate more than 11 times the rate of the supposedly backwards gun-toting redneck states. For whatever reason, California will do anything to reduce the homeless population, except build more houses, and as a result, their state just gets worse and worse. Zoning laws prevent anyone from building houses more than 3 stories tall, and when new houses and buildings are proposed, the plans can be shot down by angry residents so long as they act angry enough. The population of San Francisco has basically stayed the same since 1960, but rents are through the roof because every time a home is demolished or otherwise taken off the market, a new one can't be built to fill the gap. When California passed rent control measures in the 90s, it actually led to renters paying collectively $2.9 billion more than they had been paying before. New constructions and luxury houses were exempt from the rent control, so landlords simply converted existing housing into luxury houses, obtained the new building sticker, and proceeded to increase the rent while not actually adding any more houses to the total, and in fact taking away from the number of affordable houses. Sometimes it can take years just to get government permission to demolish old buildings and turn them into new homes or apartments. All the while, developers are paying property tax, hiring security, and paying for maintenance, inflating the price of the apartments when they finally do get built so builders can make back their losses. The effect this has on Californian society is terrible. These mediocre houses sell for millions. People who have a salary of $140,000 per year still qualify for government assistance to pay their rent and mortgage. Do you want to visit the Walk of Fame? Too bad, it's a makeshift homeless shelter now. San Francisco City Hall? Well, they turned it into an actual homeless shelter. Chinatown? Watch out for the heroin needles in your wonton soup. Here's a fun game. Put yourself on Google Street View anywhere in central LA and see how long it takes you to find a homeless tent. It's honestly scarier than alien isolation.
Yeah, so California is a mess.
Yeah.
Y'all got comments?
Yeah, we've been to that by Cali. But that right there within itself should show people, what we talk about all the time, that these motherfuckers, they don't care. Because California, look who they ran by. The same people that we have in office.
Yeah.
How is it that Nancy Pelosi district is the poorest district ever?
Well, she rich as hell. She
Exactly.
good.
Exactly.
She probably drive a Tesla.
Everybody that's in control is rich as hell. And they keep stumping on us, stumping on the poor. That's what I say, bro.
Yeah, man. So like you heard that he said you could be making $140,000 a year and you still qualify for government assistance to help you with your rent and mortgage.
Yeah,
Just
that's
because,
like I was
the
watching
prices
that
are so
documentary
ridiculous.
about. Yeah, it's like I was watching that documentary about California, dude. This lady lives in a Toyota Sienna van. She lives in a Toyota Sienna van. She works. She has a career. She makes $150,000 a year gross. But she has to live out of her van because that's how expensive it is out there.
It's fucking ridiculous. This is the problem. This is the problem. Housing is the problem. Let me play some more of this.
In the immediate post-war era in the West, housing was a consumer good, like your microwave or your toaster, and it worked like any other consumer good in a capitalist economy. You produce as much as possible for the lowest cost to the consumer. And that's why the UK government also built houses, to compete with private businesses, playing along to keep supply high and prices low. But after the government stopped building houses in the 1980s, houses have become more of an investment, like fine art or stocks on the stock market, because new houses are now rarer and increase in value over time, just like paintings. So, like bids in an art auction, the price of houses and flats can only go up, taking up more and more of someone's income as the population grows, but the number of houses doesn't keep up. How many people are in poverty right now who would be fine if they simply had cheaper rent or mortgages? Wait, we actually have an answer to that one. About half of all children and 1/4 of all adults in poverty, according to Child Poverty Action Group. Isn't it strange how housing costs were basically not a factor in child poverty until 1980? I wonder what happened. When house building was at its post-war peak, over 500 houses were completed every day in England, with the record being 1968, where nearly 1,000 houses were completed every day. This also coincided with the so-called golden age of capitalism, where everyone could afford a home, a car, 3 kids, and a holiday, all on the income of one guy who works in a mine shaft. In the 1950s, the average British man was spending more per week at his local pub than he was on his rent or his mortgage. Here's some concrete proof from Tokyo. In 2015, they approved more housing construction permits than the entirety of England. And while both London and Tokyo had a comparable increase in population, the change in house prices is, yeah. If we want to drastically reduce the level of poverty in our society, simply start treating homes as a commodity, like they used to be, instead of a treasure to be hoarded.
So the idea of how a house being a commodity, and the government building houses to compete with the private market to keep the prices fair, and also to put more houses in circulation, more houses out there so people can have them. You know what I mean? But they stopped doing that. That's when the austerity measures and all of that shit, the 80s, fucking Bill Clinton. It's really the neoliberalism, because that's when it started back then. And so then they No, we're not gonna build no more houses, because if we keep our number of houses low, then we can pinch the shit. The name of the show today is "Are You Feeling the Pinch?" And it's like, they started the pinch back then. It's like, have fewer houses, not enough for everybody, and that's just another way to control people, to keep you in poverty, to make you afraid of being homeless, to make you keep going to your job. You know what I'm saying? It's to keep you from opening a business, to keep you from living. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me play some more. This is a very informative video right here.
Finland is the only country in Europe where the rate of homelessness is falling. In the capital of Helsinki, there is only need for one homeless shelter that beds 50 people. They don't need any more than that. And what they did was, they built enough affordable houses and then they put the homeless people in them. This saves the taxpayer €15,000 per year for every homeless person that is given a home, because they no longer have to rely on social services. So next time you hand a homeless guy your spare change, bear in mind that you would get a tax cut if he was just given a free house. I did the maths with the current homeless population in the USA. It's $62 per taxpayer. I think we're done with this section.
So like $62 per pack taxpayer in the United States would give all the homeless people a home. And not only that, it would cause us to pay less taxes, because all the people going to the emergency rooms, all of the police officers going out there, EMT trips, the people that have to go out there and clean the streets, and all of this shit that's paid for by tax dollars, because we're not dealing with the problem. We're just putting band-aids on it, and it's actually more expensive. So, and then these people know this. So it's crazy that they would rather have, and everybody's always crying about taxes. Like, more taxes, more taxes. I don't want to pay taxes. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's crazy, the idea that if you just put these people in homes, the average taxpayer will be paying less in taxes. You pay more taxes because you have all these homeless people around. If you just put them in a home, pay for it with the tax dollars, that will save you money. But they don't care. It's not the money that they care about, because if they did, they would do this. They know this.
Yeah, that's like I say, bro. They don't want to see the system wasn't designed. Maybe back then, but these new motherfuckers they got running this shit. Their plan is not designed for us to live in harmony, bro. Because the more that we're divided, and the more that we have classism, you're gonna always have division. You're gonna always have separate. You're gonna always have people that think that they're more than one. What does that create? That creates a division. That creates hate. That creates violence. That creates all of these things. And it's not designed. It's not set up for that. And I'm gonna go another step further, bro. Yeah, it's true. It's true that the government could do this, with the tax dollars that we have. But what about these churches that are nonprofit, that are 501c3, that are receiving millions of dollars a year in grants and not paying taxes, and they aren't doing anything in the communities?
Nothing.
Look at how many poor people go to church on the north side. Only thing the church can really say that they do is they have a fucking 15 passenger van, and they go out and pick people up and bring them to church, and then still ask these people for their tithes and don't even feed them before you send them back home.
And a church is a good example with this whole thing with the homeless, because the churches sit empty most of the time, right? Like, that could be a place right there where they could sleep, or would at least let them crash on the floor or something. Like, they won't be out in the cold or in the heat. Like,
yeah, bro. Like, Like, yeah, it's true enough that the government can do this type of shit, but just as well as I know, especially through your experience, Pat, the same way. You have to start on a local level in order to make a global change, in order to make a big drastic change for things to start changing.
Yeah.
We have to start within our communities.
Yep.
And these churches, like we grew up on the north side of Houston, and Fifth Ward and Third Ward and South Park, and there's a church on every fucking corner. There's a church and a liquor store on every fucking corner.
Yep.
And the churches aren't doing shit in the community. They're not even doing summer camps. They receive all of this money, all of this grant money that they never pay taxes on. Yet and still, you got people like T.D. Jakes, Joe Osteen, Creflo Dollar, all of these
The
fucking
churches
pastors that's
just
got
keep
these
getting
mega
bigger.
churches. You
They
got
just
Second Baptist that
yeah.
is all over Houston, and they are millionaires.
The churches just keep getting bigger, and the communities still look the same with the same dilapidated ass houses in them, right next to
Yeah,
the damn church.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they aren't doing anything. Like the church, like if you ask me, beyond the government, I think the churches should be building homes within the community
Yeah.
because they're getting government grant money. They're getting money. You know, like bro, it don't take that much for upkeep. Yeah, okay, I can understand a mega church like Lakewood or Potter's House, what TD Jakes has up there in Dallas, but still with the money that they're getting, with the donations that come in to that church, their building expenses and shit are paid for.
And that shows how much money the community really has because we breed mega churches here. Like how many of the biggest churches that they have is here in Texas, right?
Yeah, yeah. You got Second Baptist, you got Lakewood Church, you got TD Jakes Church, you got all these other fucking churches that I don't know the pastors. But like, bro, like it's crazy, bro. Like, yeah, we can say government this, government that, and I think that it's easier just to lean on them because they're the ones who ultimately who we look to help. But bro, these churches, man, like I
Yeah.
say, these mega churches,
Yeah.
you
And
know what
like
I'm
I say,
saying? They're getting millions of dollars of grant money on a yearly basis. And not only just the grant money, the donations.
mm-hmm,
People that believe so heavily in these pastors and they're donating hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, bro.
mm-hmm,
Like
they
Tyler
true
Perry, Tyler
ties.
Perry, yeah, Tyler Perry donates millions to different churches. You know what I'm
So
saying? Like come on, bro.
it's something weird with that. It's they're leeching, they're bleeding the community.
It's a business, bro. It's a business that's all a part of what the government, what's happening right now, with what the government is doing to us. It's a business. You bring people in every week and you feed them with hope, and you tell them God doesn't want you to struggle, and they give to you because they're clinging on to that hope for dear life, bro.
And I
And
think the worst part of it is when they tell you pay more tithes because you're gonna get it back tenfold. That is so sinister, man. That is so sinister. You need to donate more. That's how you're gonna get more money back. God gonna bless you. Give more
oh
to the church. Don't just pay your tithes. Pay more than your tithes.
man, fuck that.
So, but back to the homeless. Like what I was saying though, it it seems like the homeless are here just to remind us what's going to happen to you. Like that's the whole point of them. Like because I don't think we need, we our society, we shouldn't have no homeless people, period. We should not have homeless people in a functioning society in the Western world or whatever you want to call it. There should be nobody homeless, period. So, but they have homeless to remind everybody this what could happen to you. You better keep your head down. You better go to work. You better do what we say. You know what I'm saying? Don't get in trouble. Keep your credit right. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna be out there with them, struggling, about to freeze to death, or get a heat stroke, or starve, and ain't nobody
Yeah.
gonna care, and they just gonna walk by you. It's the indifference. It's the indifference that really like hurts my heart. How you can walk by somebody suffering and pretend that it doesn't affect you. You know what I'm saying? And pretend that that couldn't be you. Like, how many of us out here could easily be out there, man? You know, a couple of bad things happen in a row, and you out there with them, sleeping in your car or whatever.
Yep.
Let me play some more of this.
Ah, the iconic American suburb, the perfect place to settle down, start a family, go to church, play catch with Jimmy in the yard, beat your wife, see little Susie get married, she's growing up so fast, and eventually die of a heart attack while watering the lawn. But as charmingly vacuous as this is, there is no other way to live that is more damaging for the environment. Yes, indeed, it might sound backwards, but suburbs are worse for the environment than cities. Take a look at this map of the average household carbon footprint in each zip code. Here's New York City, and here are the suburbs surrounding it. That's a pretty stark contrast. We can find out why from California, which is literally just one giant suburb. If we consult this low-resolution JPEG chart of California's carbon footprint, two of the largest sources of their CO2 emissions are from transportation and electricity. It's no surprise that when everything is spaced out more in a suburb, you need to rely on a car to get around, as opposed to a city or just somewhere with more density where there is usually a store on your street that you can easily walk to. Also, because houses in suburbs are generally bigger, they cost more to heat and to power, while utility pipes and electricity wires need to cover more distance to reach every house. Those sterile monocultural lawns don't provide much biodiversity either, and Las Vegas had to ban them entirely because watering equipment took up too much of the city's valuable water supply.
The damn lawns are the dumbest thing ever, man. And people be competing with each other to have the nicest lawn and whatever. Like, I think lawns are the dumbest thing ever. Like, they're so useless. They're so pointless. They're bad for the environment. And all you're doing is, you know, wrestling with it like all year long. Like, you just wrestling with your grass all year long. Like, why? You know, it's so dumb. It's like a competition with your neighbor and shit. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. You know that the grass, most of the grass that they put in front of people's houses is not even, it's an invasive species. It's not native. It's like a lot of it comes from like Germany and shit. Like, it's a foreign fucking plant. And that doesn't even do well in these environments because it's not native to these environments. That's why you got to keep watering it and all this. I think lawns is the dumbest thing ever. Like, it's so stupid. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, damn, I didn't know that.
They're really dumb. We're so brainwashed when it comes to that. Let me play some more.
Compare this with cities who have massive biodiverse central parks or smaller community gardens with many types of plants. What has this got to do with house building? Simply put, if you build houses taller and put them closer together, you can fit more of them in the same amount of space. That means price go down, as well as CO2 emissions and wasted water. You don't have to drive as far to get places, and sharing a wall or two with your neighbors keeps the energy bills down. If you're a staunch suburbanite, you might be saying, no, my idyllic bourgeois American lifestyle. I can't do the voice, I'm too tired. But it would be for your own good, because building houses like this might actually save your life one day. As the most densely populated non-microstate country in Europe, the Netherlands has to be conservative with their space. Suburbs, in the Dutch sense, look less like this and more like this. Even in rural areas like farming communities, houses are still really close together, and most of them are huddled around the central village square, with a few detached houses on the outskirts. Ignoring the fact this looks far better than your soulless, cut-and-paste suburban tracts of boredom, It's also the reason why the Netherlands has one of Europe's lowest levels of obesity, for the same reason that if everything is in walking distance, people tend to walk more, which is better for their health. The narrow, winding streets also makes it a hassle to take cars on short journeys. You'd be better off taking your bike to work, which a lot of Dutch people actually do. Not only does this reduce carbon emissions and increase energy efficiency, like we discussed in the previous section, it obviously makes the air cleaner and makes the Netherlands one of the safest countries in the world for road traffic deaths. That's not to say the Dutch don't have a housing crisis too, but when they do build houses, they build them better than we do. In a study of 14,000 people living across the world, living in a dense suburb like those in the Netherlands cuts obesity by 9%. Mixed-use development, like putting shops and businesses near to houses, cut it by a further 8.3%, and being within walking distance to a recreational area like parks cut it by another 8.4%. Such a simple change with huge positive consequences, just because they built more houses closer together. Poor mental health among.
So what do you think about that? Because I was talking about in the other show about how we build cities, and the roads, and how it seems like they're going in a different direction, where, because I used city center as an example last time when I was talking about it, and how like it's not really friendly to cars, it's more friendly to walking, and everything you need is, in walking distance, so it promotes walking, and that's what I mean. Like, I was gonna name the show, I'm probably gonna do it in the future, so maybe I shouldn't give it away, but I was gonna name the show, damn it, I done lost it now. Damn it, I done lost it. I'm sorry, y'all. Thinking about way too much shit. Fucking the way we build the cities, is changing, right? Because it really just makes sense. Like the thing with the suburbs originally, I think, it was related to the white flight, right? It was after integration, and the cities was full of black and brown people. So the fairer skinned people wanted to move out of the city into the suburbs, and and then they sold it. They brainwashed these people. This is better, the commute is good, and all of this shit. They sold it to them, but it was all a scam. And then it's related to like household goods, because a big part of the economy is people buying stuff for their homes. You know what I'm saying? So, but if you don't have a home, then you don't need to buy all this stuff like a refrigerator, stove, washer and dryer. You know what I'm saying? But then it goes further: toasters, pots, pans. If you do have a home, you move into a home, now you got to buy all this stuff. It's just another way to get you to spend. It was a sale. They sold these people on this idea of the suburbs, knowing that it wasn't, it wasn't good. You know what I'm saying? Because they had ways to build cities before that worked. You know what I mean? So, anyways, I lost my train of thought. Let me play this.
Young people is increasingly a problem in the developed world too. A lot of people blame the Insta snaps and the tweet books, but you know what? I'm blaming the housing for that too. Have you ever tried to rent a place in London? No? Well, me neither, but look at these properties I found for rent online. How are you supposed to develop meaningful friendships if nobody can visit you? How are you supposed to exercise? How are you supposed to pay for hobbies and luxuries and the things that make life worth living if all of your income is going towards rent? God forbid the Sigma variant comes along and forces people to lock down here. It's like solitary confinement. If we built more houses, construction companies would actually have to compete with each other to make the best possible homes instead of cramming people into these shoeboxes. One report by the Ministry of Health in 2012 recommended that no house in the UK be smaller than 79 square meters, because anything below this was found to be detrimental to the occupant's mental well-being. Despite this, the UK still has no national minimum floor space laws, only guidelines. The average new dwelling built in Britain is a pitiful 74 square meters, the same in the Netherlands. Compare this with Denmark, where the average home is double this size. I don't think the Danes are having a particularly tough time right now. Oh, did I say this report was published in 2012? No, it was actually published in 1912! Ah!
That's how long they've been knowing this shit.
As you may recall from the start of the video, it is estimated that the American economy would be 74% larger if the housing crisis had never happened.
$20
A second
trillion.
study partially confirmed this, saying that if 3 American cities, New York, San Jose, and San Francisco, allowed many more homes to be built, this would translate to a pay rise of between $8,700 and $16,000 for the average American, even if they don't live in those places. Cities are where wealth is generated these days, so it figures that when you lock people out of cities through high prices, you prevent them from being at their most productive. How many great computer innovations are we missing out on because the smartest programmer can't afford to live in Silicon Valley? How many Kino movies will never be made because Hollywood is too expensive for upstart directors and actors? What if we never go to Mars because the person who knows how to do it can only afford to live in Clinton, Missouri, and not with NASA in Pasadena? The same is true for any city or major economic center across the world. New York, London, Berlin, Dublin, Auckland, Paris, Vancouver, Rome, Barcelona, Cape Town, Zurich. And for those that do manage to live in the cities, current housing costs usually negate their productive output anyway. For the average worker, most, if not all, of the wealth they add to the economy is sucked out by the real estate industry and put into the landlord's checking account. This is kneecapping your own economy. Build more houses, cut landlord profits, and these problems will just disappear. Hong Kong has one of the lowest birth rates in the entire world, beating only South Korea and Puerto Rico. A birth rate lower than 2 children per couple means that the population decreases. But the average Hong Kongese woman has only 1 child in her lifetime, which you can imagine could cause quite the problem a couple generations down the line. It is very normal for the fertility rate to drop when countries become developed, like in Bangladesh. The unintended consequence of this is that the national population begins to decrease, leaving a lot of old people and not a lot of young people to look after them and pay for their pensions. Not just in Hong Kong though. Across the developed world, countries are projected to lose millions in population over the next few decades for this reason. You could supplement this with immigration, which is a perfectly fine solution, but it doesn't address the root cause. Because when asked how many children do you really want, most women in the developed world answered 2 or 3, above the replacement rate. So why don't they have that many children? You guessed it, it's the houses. That's what this video is about, remember? The houses. In Hong Kong, the price of housing is astronomical. 1 square foot of floor space over there can cost $2,700 forcing many people to live in so-called coffin homes. It's a miracle they can afford to raise 1 child, never mind 2. The situation is less extreme but still present in the Western world too. In the UK, for every 10% the rent increases, births go down 5%. One study suggests that house price rises between 1996 and 2014 prevented the birth of 157,000 people. In 1976, nearly 40% of households in the USA were home to married couples with children. Today, that figure is 21%, with single person or childless couples making up half of households. Not because people don't want a family, they just can't afford it. The more expensive it is to buy or rent an extra bedroom, the less likely a family is to get one and fill it with a child.
Yeah, so what you think about that? Like the declining birth rates related to the housing issues. And then we got this whole Roe versus Wade thing is really the whole point is to get certain segments of the society to have more children, basically forcing them to have children. So, but then these people are going to be in the house, a small home with a whole bunch of kids.
Uh-huh. Well, like you say, they know these things. Why aren't they doing anything about it?
Because the point of it is to make you suffer. But other than that, you got the politics where people they displace, they distract, they try to take the focus off of what we need to be focusing on onto other bullshit. Like Roe versus
I
Wade
think
is a
they
good
they
example.
I think they don't do what this guy is saying in this video because of pretty much this is just my personal opinion of what I said at the beginning of this video. The fact that you have classism, the fact that you have I don't even know if that's the correct word, but separatism, you have all of this white American, black American, this and that, you make one group of people feel like that they have superiority over one group of people, and then you have this class of people that can only get this type of job and they make this kind of money and this and this and that. And that's what they want, bro. They know that doing exactly what this man is saying, just think about how communities would be so much better. That shit would basically end racism.
Yeah.
Like it would
And
basically end because everybody is on an equal level playing field. There's no reason to hate me because of my skin color. I would be more of a benefit to you. You
and
would be
and,
more of a benefit to me. We could
and like
raise all our children together and bring back the old days where,
yeah.
where a village raised a child,
And
but
imagine
they don't want that shit though,
the
Chuck.
crime would go down, everything would go down, if a
Yeah.
lot of the problem, a lot of the reasons why people, problems that we have is just the haves and the have nots, and if you didn't have so many have nots, then you would not have so many problems. Now what people like to say is, these people don't want to have, they're not willing to go grind. But then you just made an example of a person that makes 150,000 a year in California and she sleeps in her car. Is she not a grinder? Does she deserve to not have a place to live?
That's crazy.
Does she want to be homeless? Is she lazy?
That's crazy, bro.
I mean,
And then
because
they try to push this idea, uh oh, Americans, they want too much space, they need, so here's the way to fix that. Let's start building tiny houses. And this man has just showed you that the ministry of the World Health Organization saying a house that is below 700 and what was it, 796 square feet.
yeah, he said 79
it,
meters, so whatever that is.
yeah, so that's like 700 and some square feet. That below that, any lower than that is detrimental to the human's health, mental health.
Yeah.
So what the fuck do we? Tiny houses? How about we just start building shit inner city? Create more homes. Like, bro, I would love to live. Like I tell my wife all the time, I would love to live downtown to be able to walk to. They got that Randall's downtown. They got the Whole Foods market downtown. They got all of the restaurants you need if you want to go have
It's
a meal
getting
with your
nicer and
family.
nicer, especially the Midtown area. And I saw when they started building that shit, and it's getting nicer and nicer. And people are moving in. They're
But
building those condos,
mhm.
apartments.
But I mean, you could probably find a decent apartment in downtown, but that's not really affordable though at 2,500 bucks a month for that's expensive, dude. even for somebody that's grossing $150,000 a year, that is a lot at $2,500 a month. Do that math over a year's time.
Yeah. And that's not
That is
your,
damn
that's
near
just the
half of
rent.
your fucking salary, dog.
Right. And that's just the rent. You got other bills you got to pay.
Yeah, yeah. So it's like, make this shit affordable, bro. Like they would actually make money by making this
Right.
shit affordable.
That's what he was
Because you
saying.
got more people buying shit.
That's what he was
Like,
saying in the video. It really just makes sense for everyone. The capitalists, everybody's going to benefit. The business owners, everybody. So why not just do it? So fucking. Let me play this and I'm going to take a quick potty break. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're behind schedule, so let's finish off with the lightning round! Housing reduces crime. Increased home ownership generates significant reductions in property crime and violent crime. When mortgage costs get too high and homes are foreclosed, the number of burglaries in the neighborhood of a foreclosed home goes up. Housing improves education. Children who live in a crowded household are much less likely to graduate from high school. Houses near high-performing schools cost on average 2.4 times as much. Building more houses lowers this entry barrier to good schools and gives parents more choice over their child's education. Housing promotes technological innovation. A study of 600,000 patents filed from 2000 to 2010 showed that areas with high-density housing produced more patents and innovations than low-density areas. And the housing crisis made coronavirus worse. You are obviously more likely to pass a disease on to your parents if you still live with them. Cities with high levels of overcrowding fared much worse than cities with plenty of housing for everyone. So it's pretty clear that since the start of the 2010s that the Western world is having a bit of a moment, to say the least. And surprise, surprise, it can be traced back to housing. In Britain, people living in areas where house prices were stagnant were more likely to vote for populists and their policies, like Brexit, the SNP, Corbyn's Labour, or Boris's Conservatives. In France, the same can be said for National Front voters. Sinn Féin saw a massive vote share increase in Ireland, driven by young people sick of Dublin's housing crisis. And Trump's voter base are Midwestern suburbanites who have seen their cities decimated after the Great Recession. Young people across the West can only afford poorly paid, insecure jobs that barely cover rent and living costs. The older generations sit comfortably in their overvalued housing and don't see why the young are so entitled and demanding of change. So as a reaction, they become reactionary. Populists all across the world have shown no respect for good government or managing the economy properly. The housing crisis is tearing our societies apart. It ruins the economy and stokes divisions, pushing people towards extremism. Extremism that plays into the hands of our enemies. There is nothing they want more than for the free countries of the world to withdraw themselves inwards, destroy their own economies, and descend into chaos.
Man, see, so like fascism, he said this stuff leads to extremism because people are like, they're fed the fuck up, they're tired, so then they're more susceptible to like being super extra, like let's just go burn the Capitol building down or something crazy, and then that doesn't sound too crazy because it's like, man, my life is a mess. Like what they're doing is a mess. Like this is, everybody is suffering. Something got to give. So when the government is not being responsive to the people, then the people are more susceptible to extremist behavior. It's easier to fall into fascism. That's what happened to Germany. That's how Hitler came to power. If y'all think that can't happen again, y'all crazy. It can happen right here.
Yep.
So I think it's fair to say that housing is pretty much the root of all of our issues in the world right now, and solving it by building more houses would greatly improve all of our lives. But how can we get developers to build more houses? What's stopping us from doing this? Well, in one part of the world, The answer can be found in a small town 100 years ago. It's the 1920s. Let's get in our car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. Meanwhile, the city of Cleveland is getting crazy big thanks to the growing industry, and more people are moving to the surrounding suburbs. In the suburb of Euclid, northeast of Cleveland, the Ambler Realty Corporation wanted to build a set of apartments for all the new residents. But knowing the demographics of the growing worker population, the suburb of Euclid passed a law banning anything other than single-family detached homes, in an effort to keep prices high and keep out the working-class undesirables. Ambler Realty were quite annoyed at this. Not because it's racist, they just wanted to build some apartments. They took it all the way to the Supreme Court, arguing that it violated the 14th Amendment because the city had confiscated their property without compensation. The local government of Euclid argued, no, it doesn't. And the Supreme Court agreed. The law was upheld. This gave inspiration to many cities across the United States and Canada who wanted to keep out black people and poor people through high prices. And so, across the United States, there are vast swathes of cities that legally cannot be anything other than single-house suburbs, including nearly all of the San Francisco Bay Area. Building these lovely townhouses is illegal, and if you want to turn a run-down factory into an apartment complex, then you are a criminal! No wonder housing is so expensive. Building cheap apartments is prohibited by the law.
Are y'all hearing this? And it's like I always wondered about those factories, and we got a bunch of rundown, empty ass factories around Houston that's just rusting and crumbling away.
Yeah, the old Maxwell House coffee company over there, where they bagged the coffee beans and grinded the coffee beans. That shit, like, it's a lot of buildings down there, bro, that they could turn into affordable housing. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of, and then there's parts of St. Joseph Church, if I'm not mistaken, that they don't even use those buildings no more. They're just there that investors could buy or somebody could buy and make affordable housing.
So, but then he's saying that it's illegal to do that. So that's the reason why people don't do it. So it's like, and then it's like the single family zoning or whatever. And the whole reason why they did that originally was to keep black and brown people from having those homes.
Yeah.
You know.
You know what was so sad to me, bro? Um, my dad and I stayed in this shelter called Star of Hope, you know, and they actually let me come and stay with him even though I was a minor and stuff like that. But we used to, you know, in the winter months and stuff like that, in summer, you know, we used to go down there underneath the Piers elevated bridge and serve food and pass out blankets and stuff like that to the homeless. And that dealership, that Momentum BMW dealership in downtown Houston, do you know that they own all that shit under that bridge now? And they got all that shit fenced off to put their brand new BMW cars underneath the bridge, so the homeless can't even be under there no more.
Yeah, because that was a process of them cleaning it up. They put them spikes down there. I know exactly what you're talking about. And the cars are there now.
Yeah, and they moved so now you see all of the homeless underneath the 4559 interchange over by Emancipation Park, you know, which is totally unsafe for them because they're right there where there's high traffic and people constantly going through there speeding. You got all those clubs over there where shooting goes on. They were more safe right there underneath the Piers Elevated Bridge by the police department and St. Joseph's Hospital. They were a lot safer right there.
Yeah, but it's just showing how they're not trying to deal with the problem or help the situation. They just herding these people from one area to another.
Yeah. Man, what did Pat have to run? I know he's probably tired, man. I really wish he was in here, bro. I would like to definitely hear his side and his take on this.
He said he's having phone trouble. His phone is tripping or something. So
he's
yeah,
probably in a bad area.
Yeah, so like it's crazy. Like, let me play some more of this.
But did it work? Did Euclid at least get their all-white suburb? But not everywhere in the USA has these zoning laws. Houston, Texas did away with their zoning ordinances in the 1980s. As a result, you can get this luxury apartment in downtown for $375 a week. I did some digging. Here's an apartment for the same price in Los Angeles. Although this only explains the problem with housing in North America. Over in the UK, we have our own terrible planning laws too. Prior to the Second World War, if you owned a piece of land in Britain, you could do whatever you wanted with it. Build houses, demolish houses, make a park, construct a statue of your favorite racist, etc. In the 1930s, Britain was building 4 times as many houses as we do today, because if you wanted to, you could just build a house on the land that you own. This has its benefits. It was a factor in our recovery from the Great Depression and made up 17% of the country's economy at the time. It also has its drawbacks. Victorian London was hideously ugly. But in 1949, the Labour government introduced the Town and Country Planning Act, and now you need local government permission, as well as the permission of all the local residents, to do any of these things on your own land. The act made it unnecessarily harder to build more houses, and as such, it set us on this path of economic and social decline. Clement Attlee, widely regarded as one of the best prime ministers in UK history, actually did more damage to the British economy than anything since the plague. Now, those are the main structural barriers in the US and Britain, and I'm sure other nations across the world have their own unnecessary laws and regulations, but we can't cover them all. But if there's one thing I'm sure all countries with housing crises have in common, it's the phrase, "not in my backyard." A NIMBY is someone who opposes, tooth and nail, every potential construction of new housing in their area. This is the town they've lived in all their lives. Why should it have to change now? All these new residents will ruin the neighborhood, take up too much space. Criminals could move here. Poor people could move here. Worst of all, it will lower the value of their home. Many of these fears are unfounded, as outlined in this video. But one thing that does come up a lot with NIMBYs is that they think it will ruin the neighborhood character. Many European capitals are filled with quaint, picturesque houses that would be ruined if you dumped a massive steel and glass apartment building next to them. Aside from the fact that a tent city of homeless people looks far worse than this building ever could, perhaps your time could be better spent arguing against ugly houses, not just houses in general. One proposal in the UK right now is to allow individual streets to democratically vote on which pre-approved design they want the new housing development to be. Housing gets built, local residents have no reason to oppose it, and the new builds are aesthetic. Ali pleasing. What's with Zoomers these days, using aesthetic as a synonym for beautiful? With these facts in mind, the solution seems simple enough. Remove barriers that prevent good housing from being built. Developers want to build homes and make money from them, but we're not letting them. It's time to repeal and replace these outdated, unhelpful laws. But these NIMBYs are smart. They have a whole host of excuses to justify their fear of change, even if the change is positive and benefits them. Let's take a look at them in more detail. So next time you're at your next town planning committee meeting, if you're boring enough to do that, I mean, how sad can you get? You'll know exactly how to argue against the Karens and Kevins of the world. If you want to click off the video now, that's fine. Some people out there might
gonna
say
wrap it
that
after
we
this
have enough
segment.
houses and it's just the greedy landlords and real estate sector that jack up prices. This isn't true, and we'll get onto that later, but the solution is not to put a limit on rent or house prices, otherwise known as rent controls. I will be the first to admit that for people who are renting, this policy can help. It protects them from landlords who arbitrarily hit them with rent increases. But that's the thing. It helps people who are currently renting, not future tenants. As evident in Berlin, where the amount of available housing dropped 30% and landlords instead started asking for other, more expensive ways to extract money from renters, like forcing them to buy their own furniture. In Stockholm, where after implementing rent control in 2011, the waiting list for an apartment is now 9 years, up from 5 years before the law was passed. In Boston, where rent control was found to benefit mostly wealthy white people. In St. Paul, where housing construction dropped 80% within the first 3 months of rent control being introduced. And in San Francisco, where a 2019 Stanford University report concluded,
rent controls lowered the supply of rental housing in the city, but also shifted the city's housing supply towards less affordable types of housing that are likely to cater to the tastes of higher income individuals. Ultimately, these shifts in housing supply seem likely to have driven up citywide rents, damaging housing affordability for future tenants. By simultaneously bringing in higher income residents and preventing displacement of minorities, rent control has contributed to widening income inequality in the city.
I will summarize with a quote from Swedish economist Assar Lindbeck, who wrote in 1971 that,
next to bombing, rent control seems in many cases to be the most efficient technique so far known for destroying cities.
Oh, the immigrants. Hold on.
The New Zealand political class love to blame rich Americans, the Chinese, and refugees as a reason why they need to cut immigration and ban foreigners from buying property in the country. This is strange because a government report in 2016 already discovered that, and I quote, because I couldn't find a Kiwi to voice this bit, visa-controlled immigration into New Zealand, and specifically Auckland, in the recent past has had a relatively small impact on house prices compared to other demand factors. You guys are lazy, just build more houses.
Anyways, I think y'all get it. He's pretty good. This is a pretty good video that breaks this whole thing down. Hold on, let me go back to it. I just want to read the comments. The name of it is The Housing Crisis is the Everything Crisis. Brit Monkey is the name of the channel. Let me read some comments. It says, trying to convince politicians to enact any advice in this video is like trying to convince a mass murderer that killing is bad and it hurts people. Trying to convince anybody. You don't have to be the politicians, just regular folks. That's why I'm doing this video, so people can be a little more educated on the topic. You know, maybe they'll vote differently. I can only hope. That's the reason why I do this, though. I have to hold on hope that hopefully maybe I can have an impact on one person. Let me read another comment. It says, I want to just say that in Japan, housing is replaced, not resold at very, very high rate. You see, people do not want to live in homes that have been used before, for the most part, unless they hold historical significance. I can't quite remember the reasoning for it, but it's entangled with the evolution of certain cultural values and ideas. So houses are not resold very often, and when they are, they hold almost no investment value, which creates a totally different market value, which is really so cool. Since houses do not retain value for resale, this fact also explains the number of houses being built. Since new couples are far more likely to fund the construction of a new property rather than buy a used home, there are a few documentaries on YouTube about it. If people are interested, I can find some links. Must have put some links on here, because what is this? I ain't never even seen this before. Anyways, moving on. It says, the more I think about the fact that I can't afford a house, the more I just want to give up. Everything sucks. Man, and that's the thing. Like they was talking about productivity. So people's productivity go down also, you know. They spend so much time commuting. I think he was going to talk about that on the part that I didn't play. They spend so much time commuting that it brings down their productivity.
Yeah.
And people not having a home. I mean, you know, having to come home. Anyways, let me read some more comments. It says, design like the Dutch, build like the Chinese, house like the Finns. If they can do it, we all can. The CO2 emissions of concrete is a hit we'll have to take, but it will be offset with the great reduction of car use. I live in the Netherlands, and all things mentioned in this video about it are not just true, but they create a fantastic living environment. I can't even drive a car, not because of personal defect, but simply because I have no need to. I can get anywhere I want with my bike and by train. So imagine if here in Houston, you could get everywhere you wanted to get to by train and by bike. Like imagine if you lived the in Cyprus or Katy or maybe Missouri City, and you could get around wherever you needed to get to on bike or train. How different do you think the city would be?
Shit, it would be a lot better. It wouldn't be as much traffic out here. It would be a lot better, bro. Just think if they had a train, not necessarily a bus, but just think if they had trains like the Metro Light Rail,
Yeah.
where they could actually run from downtown Houston back up to Cypress, Woodlands, Kingwood,
Yeah.
West Houston, out there around Katy. Just think if they could do something like that, bro. Like, I mean, I know that it would take a lot of engineering and money, but just think about that though, bro. Like that would like people wouldn't have to commute. There wouldn't be so many fatality accidents in Houston alone, bro. You should see the traffic coming from West Houston into downtown Houston, or the people that are commuting from the Woodlands or Conroe to downtown Houston.
And the
You know what I'm
stress
saying?
and the road rage, people be having medical emergencies
Yeah, dude.
stuck
So
on the
just
freeway.
think about it, bro. If you get off of work let's say you can't get off of work until 4, and you're coming from downtown, and you got to travel from the southeast side of town, which is downtown area. Yeah, downtown is southeast, right? Yeah, that's southeast, southeast, southwest, however you want to put it. But and you got to go all the way back up to the northeast side of town, which is the Woodlands, Kingwood, all in that area, bro. The amount of traffic that you face, and then you got to get home. Let's say, you got to try to get back up that way, get your kids from daycare, get home, try to cook
That
dinner, get the kids settled in. By the time just think about it, as a mother that's having to do that shit, by the time she gets any blink of a chance for herself, dude, she's fucking exhausted.
yeah.
All she
And what
wants to
kind of
do is take
life?
a shower and lay down,
What
and
kind of
then
life? What kind of quality of life is that? And man, I avoid 45 North. I've been, I'm a native Houstonian, grew up in Houston. 45 has been 45 is scary. 45 North is scary. It's stressful. They drive differently on there. Like it seems like the fatality wrecks be on there all the time. Like people drive really crazy because they got to get. It takes them an hour and a half, 2 hours to get, home. So they drive really really crazy.
yeah, I think if it was me and I lived in the Woodlands or Conroe area, and I had to drive to downtown Houston for work, like I would definitely be advocating for myself to have, my start time at work would be 5 a.m., which means I would leave my house about
Yeah,
3:30. That way, when I get to work, traffic is behind me. It's just getting ready to start.
yeah,
And I want to make sure. But with Houston, see, that's the thing about Houston, dude. The way that it's developed, it wasn't, it's not really developed for traffic because we don't have the amount of space. There's really no linking roads here or there. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just
But it was
it's
built this way. Somebody did planning, civil engineering. Somebody did the math and everything. That shit was planned. They didn't
yeah,
have to build it this way.
cause it's like when I'm up here around like Dallas Fort Worth area. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm up here. I don't necessarily have to jump on 45 right away. Like I can hop on a back Texas highway or US highway, and then their toll road system up this way is totally different than what we have too. You know what I'm saying? Their toll road systems take them out through like, rural areas, where the traffic is not as bad. It's 80 mile an hour. You can hop on that to avoid the traffic, like, I get in traffic sometime depending on which way I have to travel for a delivery. But there's so many different ways around traffic up around the Dallas Fort Worth area. Even with Austin, you know what I'm saying? If you're in downtown, like you can jump off on, on East Side Boulevard or something and go around and, bypass 183 and all that shit and come up, like there's ways around the traffic, bro.
I want to read two more comments and then move on to the next thing because I have to cover that because I keep saying I'm going to cover it. I'm starting to get tired, so I got to get onto that. Let me read this, though. As a 20-year-old student bathing in debt, being denied a place in a dorm due to not participating in student events outside of academic work, and being fed promises by the Russian government about getting a flat for 10 years, my father is a retired military officer. I can say that for a lot of young people, getting a home, not a house, just a flat, seems like a faraway dream. I spend all the money I earn on renting a room and buying food, occasionally going out with friends. Thank God my family is supported and always buys me clothes, medicine. By the way, this shit is so expensive. But due to recent events, there's a lot of them, laugh my ass off, the price of renting goes higher and higher. Meanwhile, there's less and less job opportunities for young people without a college degree. There's a joke in Russia that you need to get a university degree to work at McDonald's, and now that shit is closing in Russia. I can only be thankful for my parents that I have a place to stay, but my mother has to pay for her apartment for 15 more years to close a mortgage. Anyway, good night. Thanks for cheering me up 2 in the morning. One more comment because this one caught my eye. It says, I've been working as an urban planner in the U.S. for the better part of the decade. My colleagues and I have been screaming about the dysfunction of our housing system for years, and this video does an excellent job of covering the full scope of the problem. The fact that more denser housing isn't a global priority is wealth hoarding, plain and simple. I'm commenting because I believe that more people need to see this and understand how we are undermining our own future.
Yeah. I tell you what, watching this video makes me think more and more about just, saving money and building something to be able to just buy me a flat in downtown, bro. Like buy me a high rise, buy me a condo
Because
or
it
high
ain't nothing
rise
wrong with
in
that.
downtown.
And I learned a lot when I took those real estate classes. I didn't know all this stuff. Like they get a lot of say so, and you really do own that part of the building. You know what I'm saying? And you could do whatever you want to within your part that you own, and it's really cool because like all the amenities that y'all share, the people in the building share the cost of like maintenance and all of this stuff. I think it's really cool. I ain't gonna lie. Like it sounds weird buying like a piece of a building. It just sounds weird because you don't own the land. That's another part of it because they kept going over that in the real estate thing because that's the main thing you want to understand is that like with a home you're purchasing the property along with the house on top of it, but in a condo you don't have any rights to the land. You just have rights to the structure, the part of the structure that you own.
Shit, I mean, you really don't have any rights to your land because if
Even
they
if you do
decide,
have a
if they,
house.
yeah, because if they come out there and say, hey, look, we're looking to develop a road through here, right where your house is, we want to buy your property, and you say no, and then they keep coming back, eventually they're gonna claim eminent domain on that shit, and you gone, and you're gonna lose out. You know.
Oh yeah, that's the main thing I did want to cover. That I covered the housing crisis. That is what the main thing I wanted to cover today. So this is extra. This other one, because I really just saw this today. There's a part on here. I think is it 22 minutes or is it 12 minutes? Somewhere in here. Yeah, man. Buying a flat, buying a condo. I think that's a pretty damn good move.
Bro, and
Cause
then you
even
think about it, you in downtown Houston, dog. You can live right around that area. You're right there. You're right there by the medical center, which Houston has one of the best medical centers. You know,
yeah,
you're right there.
in the
You got,
country.
yeah, in the country, and then you have, you know, you have all of the little restaurants and shops, you know, that you may want to go to. Like, if I lived somewhere like that, bro, like I wouldn't even brew coffee at my place. I would go downstairs and walk just to take that morning walk to go get coffee.
And it'll
You know
be
what I'm saying?
enjoyable and pleasurable. And then, instead of hopping in your car to go everywhere, and then like, you spend more time with your family when think about how much time we spend in our cars here in Houston. And because I've thought about this before, and I was like, man, there was a time in my life where it felt like I didn't literally live in my car, but I lived in my car. I spent
Yeah,
more time in my car than anywhere else.
yeah, yep. You add that up, bro. You add that hour and a half to work, and then 2.5 hours, 3 hours from work because of traffic. You add that up every day. If you work 5 days a week, you add that up 5 days a week. Then you know, do that on a monthly basis, and then you do your quarterly basis, and then a yearly basis, bro. Like the time
But
that you spend in that car,
it's a
you
lot
might as well just buy you a house. I mean, buy you a condo in downtown. And I
because
believe that's why so many doctors and shit like that work downtown. I mean, you have some that live out in the suburban areas, but a lot of the younger ones, they're buying right there. You know, a lot of the restaurants that my wife and I and my kids that we go to in downtown, there's apartments on top of them. Like, bro, that'd be so cool. Like, like fuck it. You know what? Let's just go downstairs. You know, there's so many restaurants within walking distance, and then now they got the electric bikes if you don't want to pedal a bike. Like it's so many means of commuting. I mean, it would be a little bit further of a drive for me to go to work, which I'm not tripping on that because I'm gone for 6 days, so it's not a big deal.
but for the family, the benefits for them would be worth it. And even if y'all change your mind later down the line, these lofts, those property values are going up. They keep building up those areas, especially over there in Midtown. You could pretty much bet that whatever you pay for that loft, it's going to be worth more than that. You know, when you're ready to sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's an investment too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and just think if you can buy either in Midtown or if you can buy over on that Allen Parkway side. Look at that beautiful trail that they got over there. That shit goes from one end of downtown to the next. Damn
It's
near.
really
You know
nice.
what I'm
That's
saying?
where
Yeah.
we went down there and did some canoeing this past weekend on the
Yeah.
bayou. You could go down there and rent a canoe and get on the bayou and go as far as you want. That thing goes so far. That same trail is the bayou.
Damn, that's cool. I didn't even know they had canoeing down there.
Yep. The kayaks, canoes. Yep. You could just rent one. They do it on Friday, Saturday, and I think Sunday. I want to
Oh,
say.
okay. Oh, that's what's up.
Yep. Go down there, rent canoe, get on. It was hot as hell, man. It was over 100 degrees. I thought I was gonna die, but I had a good time. Yeah.
Shit.
After I did it,
Uh,
I was like, man, I didn't plan this out all the way. I
yeah,
didn't think
that just
about
means you
everything.
need to get back in your that damn full body judo training you was doing, that kickboxing training.
Yeah.
Need to get back in that because if you was still doing that, that shit probably wouldn't even bothered you.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
Maybe the
lie.
heat.
You're probably right because it felt like it was just taking my breath away, and that's what it was reminding me of how out of shape I am.
Yeah, don't feel bad. You look, bro, out of shape too, bro. Way out of shape.
I'm gonna get it back. I'm gonna start swimming more. I went to the pool today, and I think I went to the pool another day this week. So I think I'm gonna just start going to the pool like a lot and just doing laps. So I used to do that back in the day. Like people pay for gyms, and a lot of times I feel like society, brainwashes you into spending money all the time. Like you're supposed to get a gym. You're supposed to pay for a gym to work out because that's what you're supposed to do or whatever. But if I do pay for a gym, I used to do 24-hour fitness because I don't like to go to the gym and have to wait for machines and shit. I don't want to be in there when everybody is there. I also want to have a fucking Olympic size pool. I want a hot tub. And I want to be, if I decide to sit in the sauna or steam room, I want to have those options. You know what I'm saying? And I want to go in the middle of the damn night too, or whenever randomly I want to go. Usually I went in the middle of the night.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
So that's what makes it. Yeah, that's what makes it worth it for me. If you're gonna pay for a gym, it needs for me. If I'm gonna pay for a gym, it needs to have those amenities. If it doesn't, I don't think it's worth it because you could do almost everything without going to the gym, and it don't cost you nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, what you want to pay for those machines that they have in there? Like most people's apartments, or even if they live in a house, their community center has a gym with those same machines in it.
Yeah, my apartments have all of those machines, and it has a sauna it has a sauna inside the gym. Like it has a sauna, it has all of that. They have the gym towels. Those are cleaned by a service that comes. They're always in stock, and they have the sauna. We don't have a hot tub, but we do have a sauna, and then they have the pool there. Now the pool I think closes at 11, but I mean they do have the pool there.
Yeah. So that's cool. And then it's like really those are the amenities that you're supposed to be taking advantage of because you're really kind of paying for it. In a lot of situations, most of the time you're paying for it. So, but then you go and pay for a gym on top of that. You're supposed to take advantage of those amenities that you have to make your life better instead of spending more money. But the society, everybody, the media, it tells you, to have fun or you're supposed to spend money. Like, whenever you go out with the kids or you're supposed to spend money. But I got 3 kids and I've been doing this for a minute, and you could go take the kids and have a whole lot of fun and not barely spend a couple of dollars. If you think about it in the right way. But the way people think about it is like, I gotta go spend money. I gotta go take them to the Jump World, or I gotta go take them to the, whatever it is, the arcade or something, something that's gonna cost. Because they keep coming back and asking for more money to put on that damn card. Be like, damn, I done put fucking $100 on that thing.
Yeah.
Need some more?
Yeah. I let mine know. Say, look here. Once that's out, that's it. You better hope you got enough tickets to buy that little bullshit in that gift shop. I really hate going to it, bro, because my son, this nigga, he'll get so fucking mad, bro. Like he I want this, dude. You don't have enough points for that. Then he be looking at me. Well, can't you buy it? No, bro.
Because that should be way overpriced, and that's part of the trap. Because you get over there, and the kid is like, "Man, I really want that," and it's like they're like, "Well, it's $344. You could get it if you want." Like $344 for
like
for inflatable stuffed animal or some shit.
Yeah. That's why I don't even take them to that shit like Dave and Buster's and all that shit.
Yeah.
They start talking about that, I'll be like, nah. I tell him real quick, like, we can go to Top Golf. We can go do that.
Exactly.
Dave and Buster's.
That's a good example. They have the putt-putts, and they have we did that not that long ago. But I went go-kart driving. That shit was expensive. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, you could go out there and just do the driving ranges, like Top Golf, and those stuff don't cost a lot, and you go out there and be out there all day, and everybody have a good time. I like to do family stuff, where everybody, because sometimes you go and you take the kids and you spending a bunch of money and you're sitting around and you're not really enjoying this. Hopefully they have some alcohol so you can get through this, So but there's so many other things, and one of the things I like to do is go to the park. It's really simple, Go to the park, and that's another one of those amenities that we should take advantage of in our neighborhoods and whatever, you know. And again, you're probably paying for it, so you should take advantage of it. But yeah, taking the kids to the park and let them run around and you run around with them, whatever. Try to climb
Bro,
the.
I want a fat tire bike so bad, dude. My wife was like, "What you gonna buy a bike for? What you want a bike for?" Like we live in an apartment, and it's like because as a kid, dude, like bro, just
I was
what
on my
nigga,
bike.
I would
I
go,
was
I
on my
would be
bike
missing. People
all
be
over
like, "What
the.
Deuce at?" Like, bro,
Yeah,
I'm
all
on
over the
that bike,
city.
I'm gone. Like,
All
bro,
over the city.
we used to go from Homestead to Cynicwood. Hell, I used to ride my bike over there to my people's house over there by Mr. A's Club
I
from
try to get my
Homestead.
kids. I try to get my kids into riding bikes, and they really just not feeling it, bro. I don't know. It's a different generation, I guess. I don't know,
My son
but
loves it, but my daughter not so much. But I'm gonna get me one, bro. I'm gonna
yeah,
get
I'm
me
gonna
a
get.
fat tire bike for a heavy nigga like myself.
And I've been talking about it too, and I'm gonna force them to go out there. I'm gonna just buy bikes for everybody, and I'm gonna be like, "Hey, we're going bike riding today." So that's what we're doing.
Yeah, like for real,
That's
bro.
that's why I want to buy a truck. I can't fit. I would have done it already because I've been thinking about this, but to
Man, go to a lot, bro. If I c- if I can give you a word of advice, not no big mainstream dealership. Go
yeah.
to a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been looking like coast to coast. They're all over Houston. Drive time. I was looking on drive time. Drive times. On drive time, you can get a truck. Probably about maybe a decent truck for about 16,000. No more than 20, but you only be paying like maybe four something a month for it. You making find something cheaper than that, you can probably find you a little truck like that that'll be good for you and man, what's the baby girl name? I keep wanting to call her Brittany. I don't know why.
Because that's her mama name. Talking about
Kenzie
Kenzie.
and Anaya.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
Kenzie and Anaya, and you know what I'm saying. And then like when your older boy come in, y'all could get you something. You ain't got to get a four-door crew. You can get like an extended or a quad cab.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I
Naya
want. I
and
want
Kenzie
extended
can
cap, but
sit back that, and
but I don't, I want to pay cash though. I'm thinking like 5,000 used truck, man. I
you
don't. It
could
don't have
probably
to be.
find something like that. Yeah, yeah, you could probably find something like that. Yeah, you could probably find. I don't know. You just have to really kind of shop around, find you a private seller.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my time and do the
You may
shopping.
find something like that, bro. But trucks are kind of a little bit more. You can usually run by cars for that price. Trucks is
Yeah,
it's a little bit
I know.
harder to
I
come
might have to
across that
put.
on a truck.
I'm. That's the price range I'm thinking. So if they put it, if it gets up to 6,000, a little over 6,000, I'm okay with that too. But I'm gonna try to push them down to
Yeah,
four
bro.
forty
Yeah,
five
that.
hundred.
I feel you. Yeah, man. Cause I really like. I got my little Ford Ranger. I can put all. If me, my wife, my son, my daughter, and myself had a bike, I could just throw all the bikes on that. We can go. Yeah, now we all be able to fit in my little Ranger, but I could trail behind her, and we can park somewhere downtown and go ride the bikes, or like.
Yeah, because I
See,
was.
that's the thing
I,
about like living in League City. There's not a lot of places to ride bikes, really. I mean, they got a couple of trails, but a lot of people walk on those trails, and I like to respect people that are walking on trails and not be coming to break their peace by me. Oh, excuse me, because I'm coming through on my bike. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, about to run them over. Yeah, so that's
Yeah.
why I was thinking because I had my little car, and I don't know if it was my daughter's bike, somebody's bike was moving around. It was so much trouble to move it around in the car, and I didn't have no thing. I guess you can get the little things to put the bikes on top, but I want it to be like, it might be like three bikes, and I don't know. That's a whole one of the main reasons why I want to buy a truck because I like to go to the beach. I like to go fishing, and stuff like that. So I want to just be able to throw everything on the back of the truck and just so it won't be it's a hassle, you know.
Yeah.
And I want it to be extended cab so I can fit
And
everybody.
on Saturday evenings or Sunday evenings where he does in Houston, and like it'd be like I watch his videos on Instagram. I follow him on Instagram, and bro, it'd be thousands of people, and they be rolling through downtown on their bikes, dude. That shit looks so cool. People be out there on their bikes. They had the little buggies with the blinking light with their dogs or their kids in the little buggies while they pedaling the bike. Like that shit
And
look
and,
fun
and,
as fuck, bro.
and that's what I was about to say, because I'm right here next to Memorial. I've been thinking about moving more into there if I can, but it's funny when you go to nice neighborhoods, you start seeing that a lot. Like especially like in the morning times, the parents are taking their kids to school. They're like walking them to school, or they got bikes with the baskets and stuff like that. And like getting out of school and all of that, and then like on the weekend, you see all of the families out there on their bikes. It seems like when you go to nice areas, you see people like on their bikes and walking around and doing that kind of shit. It seems so cool to me, like to ride your kids to school on a bike instead of driving them to school.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Yeah, you got me on this bike blast, cause I'm finna like, yeah. But I've been wanting me a fat tire bike, bro. You've probably seen them before. It's a fat
I know
tire
exactly
bike.
what
Like
I know.
I go ahead, my bad, bro.
I was just saying, I know exactly what you're talking about, man. Those are really nice. They ride smooth as fuck too. It's really better because like those the curbs and stuff. I know about bikes. So freaking hitting those curbs or all terrains, like if you off the path, those tires are really good, and they ride really smooth. It's like a Cadillac bike.
Yeah, yeah. I test rode one. They had one out there at Academy, and I was like, I asked the person, like, man, can I take it for a spin around the parking lot? I ain't gonna stay. It was like, here's my driver's license. He was like, nah, man, go ahead. That shit rode so smooth, bro. The only thing I would change, because they got a lot of butt, put a big old
The
seat on that
seats, the
motherfucker.
seats are
Give me
always
a
a
bigger
problem.
seat.
The
Yeah.
seats are always a problem. Even that's always a problem. I used to build bikes and shit. I fucked up my hand one day airing up a bike, because that's another thing. They used to have all of these bike shops back in the days, like places where you went and repaired bikes and stuff like that. Because I remember I used to go to this bike shop to work on my bike, and I remember one day I was there and I was airing up one of the tires, and you know how like you kind of like squeeze the tire to be able to tell when it's full enough or whatever. And I had my hand on the tire and I was like squeezing it, but I guess I was daydreaming or something. And I think it was like a pump. It was like the kind that you what the hell kind of, I don't, it doesn't matter.
Compressor.
I don't even remember. I'm trying to remember what kind it was, but I can't remember. But either way, I wasn't paying attention and I blew that fucking tire, and my hand was on the tire at the time. That freaking tire exploded. The inner tube exploded, and it burnt the shit out of my hand. Like I had like 4 fingers burnt. It was a real injury.
Yeah, that was a compressor, bro. It wasn't nothing you was pumping on. That was a compressor. Yeah, because if it was a hand pump or a foot pump, you would feel the resistance. Once that inner tube gets overfilled, you would feel it. Like it'd be hard as fuck to pump it, but a compressor keep pumping that air in there because it's motorized.
Yeah, that shit.
Little one cylinder engine or 2-cylinder engine or something like that. Little 2-stroke or something.
Yeah, so don't let nobody tell you that shit ain't dangerous, because I fucked my shit up with that shit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because it's not even a big tire; it's a little tire. So I can imagine what I used to work with my dad in Ship Channel, and he was like forklift driver, and packing these containers with these parts. These parts were used for irrigation systems, these big, huge irrigation systems. So, and then they had these tires that went on the irrigation system, and one of the side jobs was to putting together these tires, because it came with the tire and the rim separate. So you had to like put them together and air them up, and then ship them. So These tires are bigger than 18 wheeler tires. You know what I'm saying? They're like, I don't know, like they're big. They're like tractor tires, but bigger, even bigger. Yeah. And we used to have to air those up. So I couldn't imagine over airing one of them. That would probably kill you.
Hell yeah. A 18 wheeler tire kill you if that bitch explode and you right there. Because a 18 wheeler tire, you got to think. Once that air goes in that tire, it's compressed. So you got 120 psi. If that tire's let's say you over, that's why with 18 wheeler tires, when they air them up, they put the tires in like a cage that's bolted down to a cement floor. That way, if it explodes, the most of the impact is within that cage. Yeah,
Yeah.
because if that sidewall blow out or that tire explode, dude, like, phew, that shit can kill you, dude. You got to think about that heavy ass 18 wheeler rim plus the tire that's compressed. So that 120 psi compressed is a lot greater than just your standard 120 psi. That shit is coming with a vengeance. It'll knock you the fuck out, kill you, bro. Like for real.
Well, let me
Tires are
ask.
dangerous. Airing up tires can be very dangerous, bro. Especially if you never air up a hot tire because that tire can explode, bro. Because you're putting cool air in a tire that's already hot, and you'll have what they call a rapid air loss, which is essentially a blowout. And you're right there. The shrapnel from that tire, the steel woven that's in that tire, that shit'll cut your ass up, bro.
Yeah. So, what procedures do you go through dealing with airing up tires and stuff? Do you have a procedure, the safety protocols or something?
Um, what I do if the tire is hot, I'm not putting no air in it. I'll check the tire pressure. I have a tire pressure gauge, and
Well,
I'll
how do
stick
you
it
know the
on the
tire is
valve
hot?
stem there. If the
How do you know it's
Well, I
hot?
mean, if you're throughout, if you're driving, your tire is hot. Like if you're driving down the road, your tire gets hot. Your tires heat up. Just even if your car, like just say for instance, you at work, you go to work at 5 in the morning, you get out, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, your tires on your vehicle, they're not as hot as if you were driving down the highway, but they're warm. They're hot tire. So, it's best to check your tires when they're cold. Like you're just getting up in the morning, you're getting prepared to leave the house. Go ahead and have a tire check valve. Just check your tire pressures all the way around. For most cars, I want to say the recommended tire pressure for most cars is like 35 psi. 35 to 36 psi. You know, uh, you check them when they're cold. That's the best time to check your tire. It's been sitting overnight. You waking up in the morning, are you getting ready? Before you go, check your tires. That's the best way to check your tire, because even checking a hot tire, that, like, say for instance you've been driving down, like you're driving down the road, and then your low tire pressure light comes on. You know what I'm saying? You can you like say for instance you're driving down the road and your low tire pressure light comes on your car. That can still be because I've seen videos and training videos, because we do all these safety classes where a guy just simply goes and check the tire because it's showing low, and he go and put the tire check on there, or what they call that shit, uh, your tire gauge. Put the tire gauge on there, and the tire just fucking bursts on it. So like I say, the best advice I can give you, you want to check your tires in the morning, preferably in the morning. The car's been sitting overnight, you know, you check it before you take off rolling. If it's low at that point, then go ahead and air it up, and it tells you on the sidewall the recommended air pressure for your tires. You know,
Duh.
you should inspect your tires every day anyway. You should look at the sidewalls of your tires. If you're starting to see, or look at your tire tread. If you're starting to see uneven wear, that could mean that either that tire's been you've been running that tire in the It's low. It's not aired up to its proper deal. Either you got an alignment issue, you could have a strut issue. You should check your sidewalls for cracks. You don't want to be riding around and you got cracks in the sidewalls of your tire because that'll cause a blowout. Yeah, just little simple checks.
Step 1, train the people only to consume. Step 2, infiltrate adults with the news. Step 3, indoctrinate the children through the schools and the music and the apps on the phones that they use. Step 4, separate the right from the left. Step 5, separate the white from the black. Step 6, separate the rich from the poor. Use religion and equality to separate them more. Step 7, fabricate a problem, made a lie. Step 8, put it on the news every night. Step 9, when people start to fight and divide, take control. This is called situational design.
Love it. Doc sent
That
me
sound like
this.
that. I was gonna say that sounded like that dude Brendan that be in here.
If he made something that good, that would be really cool. Yeah, Doc sent me this, so I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I hope I don't get in trouble for playing it. I kind of want to play it again, but I'm not because I'm afraid. But that is pretty cool right there. Is there more? Is there captions?
Step 1, train the people only to consume.
I want to know more. It's weird how I just went to the little because it's a short. So those oh yeah, you can't put comments under the shorts. I'd like to hear some comments about that. It says we can be brainwashed if allowed. Oh, they got the whole song somewhere. I don't want to follow the link though. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I like it. Let me go back to the racism stuff. Piss everybody off right quick. There's a one point in this that I really want to cover. It's either at 22 minutes or it's at 12 minutes because my brain says 2. So it's either 12 minutes or 22. Let me see.
Black militia that had been very effective. Well, as the U.S. came...
Yeah, I think this is it. Let me take it back a little bit.
So, Professor Anderson, could you talk about that? In particular, the role of Black militias, which you talk about in the book, their role in the early 19th century, to what use they were deployed, and then how it is that whites stripped Black militias of their official standing.
Yes, and so in Louisiana, when it was still the Louisiana Territory, it was before the U.S. had purchased it, but it was on its way. It was on its way. You had a well-heeled, well-trained Black militia that had been very effective. Well, as the U.S. came in, one of the first cries coming out of white New Orleans was to strip the Black militia, disband the Black militia. Well, the governor, William Claiborne, at the time, at first he's like, yes, asking for more arms because we have all of these free Blacks and we've got these Black folks with arms. And so he's asking for more arms from the federal government. But then he starts noticing how effective this Black militia is. And so he tries to square the circle. White fear and the sense that the Black militia is the only real effective fighting force there, given all of the challenges that are happening in that territory at the time. And so what he comes up with is to remove the Black officer class from this Black militia and put in white officers, thinking that that will be enough for whites in New Orleans who want the Black militia disbanded. But then there is a massive, massive slave revolt coming from Charles Deslandes. And this massive slave revolt that included somewhere between 150 to 500 people headed to New Orleans, headed to what they believed was freedom, just sent terror through what is called the German coast of Louisiana. And so William Claiborne, seeing this massive movement, this massive slave revolt, in fact, begins to enlist the Black militia as part of the forces to take on this slave revolt. And the slave revolt is crushed. I mean, the U.S. Army comes in, the U.S. Navy comes in. You have the white militia that is there, but the Black militia is very effective. And so you have a Black militia fighting against Black folk who are enslaved and trying to be free. The reward that the Black militia received for this was a further push to be disbanded, further push to not have access to be able to purchase arms. They put a law in place that folks of color, Black people, could not buy arms. Then came the War of 1812, and Andrew Jackson is the leader, the military leader, and he sees the British coming in this Battle of New Orleans. And he sees this Black militia and he's telling Claiborne, we need them. This is an effective fighting force. And Claiborne's like, yes, they are, but I'm telling you, they're just not feeling it right now because of the way we treat them. And he's like, I will treat them equally. I will treat them with the honor that all soldiers should have, and they will be paid equal to whites. They will receive the same pay. And besides the Black militia, I want 2 additional battalions. Claiborne came back and said, you can get the Black militia, but getting 2 additional battalions is going to be difficult because whites in this area believe that arming them is arming the enemy. So you have Black folks who are identified as the enemy. And in that fighting force, that force beat the British. It was like 3,000 or so of Andrew Jackson's troops against 8,000 British troops, and they won. And Andrew Jackson was like, wow, I knew you guys were good. I just didn't know how good. But the response, the reaction to that then was to send them off as a labor battalion to work in the swamps that white men didn't want to go into to do the work. So you have this denigration of Black military contributions to fighting for America. And that was a consistent theme that we saw. So you get this erasure of this history, and this erasure for the men themselves who are doing the fighting, who are being wounded, who are dealing with the loss of their fighting brethren. That has been the sense that Black men under arms, they're a threat. And Black men who are trained how to use arms, they're really a threat. So they must be disarmed after they have served our purpose.
So, yeah, so that is really interesting. It's like, the idea of the Black militia is interesting to me too, because I think about the community and we think about policing, who's going to police your community better than the community, and who's going to protect the community better than the community, So that's the thing that I think that's really interesting to me. This is a video from Democracy Now! The title of it is The Second, Carol Anderson on the Racist Roots of the Constitutional Right to Bear Arms. So basically, I'm going to go back to the beginning of the video so she can explain it, how she's saying that, there's racist roots in the Constitution related to the Second Amendment. And she's going to explain that. Let me read the caption underneath the video. It says, do African Americans have Second Amendment rights? That's the question Emory University professor Carol Anderson set out to answer in her new book, The Second, which looks at the constitutional right to bear arms and its uneven application throughout U.S. history. She says she was prompted to write the book after the 2016 police killing of Philando Castile, who was fatally shot during a traffic stop after he told the officer he had a legal firearm. Anderson says the Second Amendment was always intended to be a means of arming white people to control the Black population. There was the massive fear about these slave revolts, Black people demanding their freedom, being willing to have an uprising to gain their freedom, says Anderson. What I saw was that it wasn't about guns, it was about the fear of black people. And it's funny that she latched on to the Anderson Castile case, because that's the one that sticks out to me all the time, because all the arguments about, like, you know, all of the arguments are out the window, you know, with the Fidel Castile case, because all of the other ones, they be like Sterling, George Floyd, they got excuses for all of those that could possibly be valid. But this one with the Philando Castile, the whole thing is like textbook, because, you know, he's a poor guy, doesn't have that much money. And they were like, the excuse that they were saying about him was, why does he get pulled over by the cops so much? Why does he not have proper registration or proper insurance or whatever the hell? You know, why is his traffic, his brake light out or whatever the hell? Because these were the reasons. Something like that was the reason why he got pulled over. And he had a bunch of cases, well, not cases, but instances of getting pulled over very often because of his car. But he had a legal right to carry, registered weapon, everything was legal. And then when the cop came up to the car, he told the cop, I have a gun, I have the registration for it, it's legal, I'm not trying to shoot nobody, I just need to reach for my wallet. You asked me for my wallet or whatever, my ID identification, I'm gonna reach for that. You know, I have a gun in here, but I'm not reaching for that. And then the cop shoots him dead. And it's like, so in that scenario, like, what did he do wrong other than have dark skin? Let me play. You got comments?
No. I was just saying, damn.
Yeah, the Philando Castile case. If y'all don't know that case, look at it and scrutinize it and tell me what you think. Let me play this.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The Quarantine Report. I'm Amy Goodman, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Nermeen Sheikh. Hi, Nermeen.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to our listeners and viewers around the country and around the world.
Well, gun control advocates are pushing lawmakers to do more to stop a surge in gun violence. A recent study by Everytown for Gun Safety found gun violence took over 19,000 lives in the United States last year, a 25% increase from 2019. Gun sales are also soaring to record levels. Despite this, Republican lawmakers are pushing measures to loosen gun control regulations. In Texas, Governor Greg Abbott is expected to soon sign a recently passed bill which would allow Texans to carry handguns openly in public without a permit. It also allows people without a felony criminal conviction to carry a handgun without a background check. Abbott has praised the bill as the, quote, the strongest Second Amendment legislation in Texas history. Well, today we're going to take a deep look at the Second Amendment and its racist roots. We're joined by Carol Anderson, author of the new book, The Second, Race and Guns in a Fatally Unequal America. Professor Anderson details how the Second Amendment was written to empower local militia groups to put down slave revolts and protect plantation owners. She writes, the Second Amendment is, quote, rooted in fear of Black people to deny them their rights, to keep them from tasting liberty. Carol Anderson joins us from Atlanta, where she's professor at Emory University. She's also the author of One Person, No Vote, How Voter Suppression is Destroying Our Democracy, and White Rage, The Unspoken Truth of Our Racial Divide. Professor Anderson, it's great to have you back on Democracy Now! Congratulations on the publication of your book. And one warning, no sound bites. So this book is really an epic work. It is a retelling, a reframing of an amendment that we have rarely heard talked about in this way. Can you go back in time to the founding fathers, as they say, and talk about where the Second Amendment came from? Teach.
Thank you. This emerged out of the fear of Black people from slavery. that there was this massive fear about these slave revolts, Black people demanding their freedom, being willing to have an uprising to gain their freedom. And what that meant then was that you had this language of, we've got to keep this ferocious monster in chains. And you saw with each revolt, with each uprising, a series of statutes being put in place to say that African American, that the enslaved, that Black people could not own weapons, that they could not have access to weapons. And you also saw the rise and the structure of slave patrols and militias that were there and designed to contain that Black population. As the nation began to develop, as you had this war of independence, there was this fear of arming Black people, the fear that even free Blacks who were armed would provide a kind of sense of what freedom looked like to the enslaved. But the exigencies of war required that arming, required having Black folks in the Continental Army. But as the nation developed after that war, one of the things that you had happening was with the Constitution, with the drafting of the Constitution, because the militias themselves had proven so untrustworthy, unreliable as a force to fight against the British invasion, that James Madison, in drafting the Constitution, had language in there that you would have federal control of the militia. Well, when the Constitution went up for ratification to the states, by the time it got to Virginia, the Anti-Federalists in Virginia were in an uproar. George Mason and Patrick Henry were thinking about this militia being under the control of the federal government. They were like, we will be left defenseless. We cannot trust the federal government that has these folks from Pennsylvania and these folks from Massachusetts to be willing to engage the militia when the slaves revolt. We cannot trust the federal government to protect us. We will be left defenseless. And they began to demand a Bill of Rights that would provide protection, that would curtail federal power. And they began to demand as well a new constitutional convention. That threat of what that meant sent James Madison into the first Congress determined to write a Bill of Rights that would quell that dissent, that would short circuit that movement for a new constitutional convention. And we've already seen what the power of the South has meant in terms of when the Constitution was being drafted itself, how the South said that we will not sign on to become part of this United States of America if we don't get the 3/5 clause, if we don't get 20 additional years on the Atlantic slave trade, if we don't get a fugitive slave clause. And so the South had already wielded its power in terms of being willing to scuttle the United States of America. And Madison believed strongly that this threat coming out of the Anti-Federalists in the South, out of Virginia, would do the same thing. And that becomes the basis for this Second Amendment.
And can you talk about all of the players? I mean, you just mentioned James Madison, Patrick Henry, the slave states, and how this country came together based on this terror of slaves rebelling, enslaved people rebelling.
Yeah, the enslaved people rebelling, and that fear that, so you have George Washington, who is a slave owner, who brings, in fact, some of his enslaved people to Philadelphia for the Constitutional Convention. You have Thomas Jefferson, who is not there, but he is writing in to Madison, and Madison is writing to him. And one of the things that Jefferson is concerned about is slavery, is the way that it will it will be depicted. And so you have this silence. There's a silence in the Constitution. It's hovering over the formation of the Constitution, like Banquo's ghost, haunting it, in shaping it, but not being explicitly said. But it is the power that is creating this sophistry, this really weird, we believe in freedom and equality, but we want 20 additional years in the Atlantic slave trade. What they said in South Carolina was that South Carolina would be just a backward place. Our wealth comes from the Negroes. That is our natural resource, and we must protect it at all cost. So this is what is the part of the tectonic plates moving at this time in this founding of this nation.
Professor Anderson, could you also explain the significance of the Uniform Militia Act of 1792 and its role in ensuring that weapons and guns remained in the hands of white people?
Yes, and so one of the first laws passed by Congress was the Uniform Militia Act of 1792. What it said was that all able-bodied white men between the ages of 18 and 45 would have to be part of the militia. And so here in the law, it is specifying white men. And it said that they must own a gun. This is part of, the militia is part of citizenship. It is how you give your service to the nation, how you provide your bona fides, as it were, as an American citizen. And so white men are the definition of American citizen in this framing, and that they must own a gun. And so what you see here is that the militia is given this high status in terms of what it means to be able to control an unruly population, what is seen as a dangerous population. And
Professor Anderson,
interestingly enough, I'm sorry. Interestingly enough for me is that we have had a Shays Rebellion that happened right before the Constitutional Convention, where white men gathered together to attack the government because they didn't like a taxation policy, and that the militia would not put down these white men. In fact, you had members of the militia joining this rebellion. And you had to have Boston merchants basically finance a mercenary army to put down Shays Rebellion. But what you didn't see coming out of that was a law saying, you know, white men with arms are dangerous. White men with arms attack the government. So we need to ban white men from having access to weapons. You don't see that happening. But you do see that happening with slave revolts. You see the language, the laws coming in place saying they shall not have access, Black people shall not have access to weapons, and that the militia and the slave patrol are there to ensure that Black people do not have access to weapons.
And Professor Anderson, it seems, I mean, you begin your book by talking about the police murders of Philando Castile as well as Alton Sterling. And you point out that the NRA did not come to their defense, despite the fact that they were also killed for having guns in their possession, whereas in a comparable violence perpetrated by whites, mass violence, the NRA immediately leapt to the defense of the people responsible for that violence, who were white men.
Absolutely. And so there was a basic silence on Philando Castile. There was nothing said about Alton Sterling. And what was said about Philando Castile from the NRA was, and this was only after being pushed by their African-American members, was that we believe that everyone, regardless of race, sexual orientation, should have access to guns, to arms. But nothing really substantive. What happened after Ruby Ridge and Waco, Texas, with the Branch Davidian was that Wayne LaPierre called out federal officers as being jackbooted government thugs who believe they have the right to storm into people's homes and take their guns and kill law-abiding citizens. Federal officers had been killed in those events. And so to then label the response as jackbooted thugs when you get silence with Philando Castile, it really led me to, as journalists were asking, don't African Americans have Second Amendment rights? And that's what sent me down this path all the way to the 17th century to be able to answer that question.
So let's go back to 2016. And this you write in your book, Carol Anderson, about how thus inspired you to write this whole book. The immediate aftermath of the police shooting of Philando Castile was broadcast live on Facebook by his girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, who's speaking in the car next to her dying boyfriend as a police officer continues to point the gun into the car. Her little child is in the back seat. A warning to our viewers, the police officer, Geronimo Yanez, was acquitted of manslaughter. I wanted to ask you, Carol Anderson, to take us on that journey that you took, experiencing all of this, taking it in, telling us who Philando was, talking about the fact that he had a gun, legally had a gun, and told the police officer about it. In fact, had told his mother before, I'm thinking of not carrying the gun, though it's legal, because of, just the day before, another African-American man, Alton Sterling, had been killed by police in Louisiana. But you take us on this journey that led to this book.
Yes, and so it was the killing of Philando Castile. I start off the book going, it was like a snuff film, because we all saw that video image and it was horrific. It was jarring. And to then get the backstory that this was a man who followed NRA guidelines, letting the officer know that I have a license to carry weapon with me. You have asked for my ID. I am reaching for my ID. And the officer begins to shoot. So he is killed because he has a weapon, not that he is brandishing the weapon, not that he is threatening anyone. He simply has a weapon. And that really led me to begin on this journey as I saw the NRA's virtual silence on this journey to figure out, do African Americans have Second Amendment rights? We're in this moment where the Second Amendment is like hallowed ground. It is sacred. It is one of those things that has been defined as the bedrock of citizenship. And so I started looking. And as I went on this journey, what I saw was that it wasn't about guns. It was about the fear of Black people. It was about the fear of Blackness. It was about the societal labeling of Black people as dangerous, as a threat to whites, and that this architecture comes in place in order to contain this Black population, in order to provide security and safety to the white community from this fear of Black people. And then you get this really weird matrix happening where Black people are feared but needed. And so it is how do we contain them? How do we snuff out their quest for freedom? How do we snuff out their quest for their basic human rights while also keeping them as labor without rights? How do we do that? How do we make that subjugation happen? How do we talk about, in this land of the United States of America, how do we talk about freedom, but try to keep it contained from this Black population? We don't want them getting the the ether that we're talking about in this revolutionary moment about freedom and democracy and justice. We don't want them hearing the words about equality. How do we do that? And when there was a revolt in Virginia in 1800 with Gabriel, and Gabriel had fed on the language, the revolutionary language from the United States, from the French Revolution, and from the Haitian Revolution. That sent shockwaves throughout the United States. And Virginia was trembling at the expansiveness of Gabriel's revolt. And the response was, you know, the wrong people are getting the word about freedom and democracy. The wrong people are hearing this revolutionary language and thinking that it applies to them. So this was the journey that I was on to hear and to get into this milieu of how frightening, how dangerous Black people were seen as, and then to follow it all the way through to the 21st century by looking at, do Black people have the right to bear arms? Do they have the right to a well-regulated militia? Do they have the right to self-defense? And seeing how in each of those, it has been used against Black people. And that the legal status of Black folk has not altered that significantly. So whether enslaved, whether free Black, whether denizen, which was that halfway limbo land between enslaved and citizen, whether newly emancipated freed people, whether Jim Crow Black, or whether post-civil rights African American. The right to bear arms, the right to a well-regulated militia, and the right to self-defense are in fact fractured. That citizenship is fractured. It is hobbled by this intense anti-Blackness, this fear of Black people, this sense of Black people as a danger to white American society.
Did you stop it, Chaka? I can't hear anything.
My bad, my bad. I was muted. I muted myself and I forgot. So yeah, so what I was saying was this stuff is really painful to talk about, and it's really cool. Democracy Now! Does good segments every now and then, and I would say that this one is a really good segment. They let her talk. They didn't really interrupt her very much and let her freely like express her thoughts. And that's so that's what I'm saying. It's a really good segment. This is journalism right here. So whether you like it or not, or agree with it or not, or whatever. So, and like I say, this one is really tough to talk about. But who would have thought that the Second Amendment had some racist undertones? Go figure. What do you think?
Shit. Me personally, I have kind of, in a sense, always felt like the amendment was never intended for minority people of color, Black and brown people.
Yeah.
I have always felt that way, and that's why as much as my brothers and sisters would want to think or feel that it does protect us, it pisses me off so badly when they yelling at the cops in the field that this is my amendment, right? And it's like, bro, understand that this shit was never intended for you. It's not intended to protect you. That's why they fucking treat us the way that they do. That's why they go against our rights as human beings, as people, as citizens in this country. They don't respect it. That's why they walk up to you and without identifying who you are, they want to handcuff you and slam you to the ground. And if you resist, they want to shoot and kill you because they don't care about you.
You know, it's like, okay, let me detain him first and then let me talk to him. Like, no, that's unhuman. That's unlawful. You know, like what the fuck? You wouldn't do
and
that. You know, you wouldn't do that if that was a white boy.
and
But
this
you want to
top
detain me first and then talk to me? Like, no. And I'm supposed to allow you to search my pockets and look for my wallet once I'm detained? Like, you know, nah, fuck that. Like, no.
and this topic makes me think about whenever people say stuff like real American, true American, or real citizen, or or a true citizen, a real citizen. You know, like I'm a citizen of the United States. I'm a real
Yeah.
citizen of the United States, or I'm a true American. Whenever they make those kinds of comments, sometimes I think about it. I'm like, so what
What
do
was
you
that
really
lady's
mean?
name? That author?
Her name, hold on, let me pull it up. Carol Anderson.
Okay.
So yeah, so what do they mean when they say real citizen, real American? What do they really mean? Because who's not a real citizen? Who's not a real American? You know? Are they talking about
Yeah.
immigrants? I don't think they're talking about immigrants.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit's crazy, bro. Like, it's like I say, man, you know, and just like hearing her break it down just pretty much confirm how I felt since my adulthood, you know. Like that shit wasn't intended for us. It wasn't intended to, you know, to protect us.
Yeah. Dude, like I
You
say,
know.
this is a touchy subject right here. Super sensitive. We gonna make everybody mad. Let me read some comments underneath the video. It says, I grew up in Virginia, moved back after retiring from USMC. The state is crisscrossed with pockets of Confederate pride and entrenched racism. I'm convinced this fear of Black people is all based in guilt. There's a strong desire to rewrite history in order to keep those past actions and still present intentions from seeing the full light of day. These are not my words. I'm just reading the comment. That was the first comment underneath the Democracy Now! Video right there. It wasn't panned or nothing. That's just the one that's at the top. Let me read some more. It says, learned more from this woman in 30 minutes than I did the whole 4 years in high school. I bet you that person is not lying. I learned from this video. And I recommend everybody go check this whole segment out. I'm not going to play it all because it's 41 minutes. And I played a good amount of it already. So, but yeah, y'all go check this out if y'all curious about it. Democracy Now! The second, Carol Anderson on the racist roots of constitutional rights to bear arms. That's the name of it. It says, when the baby said, I could keep you safe, my heart broke. The trauma of her and so many others. Yeah, that video is too fucking traumatizing. That's why I skipped past it. I'm not going to play that horror porn shit on this show as much as I can because that shit is fucking horrible. Too many people really enjoy that shit, and they always have to play the clip again. We didn't seen it. Everybody didn't seen it. Don't play the damn clip no more. We seen it.
Yeah, but I think in this case, in this segment, and what she was talking about, that video is needed. You know, because we need to wake up, and we need to stop thinking that the shit that is in place is there to protect us because it's not. And they show you every day by these fucking acts. You know, so it needs to be put on. It needs to be put. As much as I hate it, as much as it angers me, it needs to be seen. I need to see that. You know what I'm saying? You know, I need to understand that, you know, and know that this is their game. It's not my game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, but I just don't want to see that shit. It's too traumatizing, and I
No,
think
I mean,
that
I get it. I get it from your perspective. I'm just saying, though, I think in that segment, Democracy Now!, they did right by playing it because it just solidifies the book. It solidifies it goes with her narrative and what
right.
she's trying to get out there to people,
Yeah,
you
so
know?
so a reference. It was a point of reference, a reference piece. So
Yeah.
I get it. I get it.
You know,
Journalism. So, but I just don't want to watch that shit. I don't want to see it because I feel like, a lot of, I was saying in the other show, I was like, if you're American, you probably need some drugs or therapy or something because you got PTSD, you got problems because the society that we live in is harsh. You know what I'm saying? And so like what I'm trying to say is that that certain segment of society gets pleasure from these videos, but other segments of the society is hurt by, like, physically and mentally, emotionally hurt. Like it's damaging. You know what I'm saying? It really is. It really is.
Nah, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nah, it definitely is, bro. And I think, you have more people because I remember people, just listening to elders and things of that nature. And they're like, you know, you have to understand that your goal is to make it back home and arguing on the side of the road during a traffic stop. That's not your court. But I think people are so fucking tired because even when they have their day in court, they're not heard and they're just shitted on. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's either I'm gonna argue here, yeah, or I'm gonna argue in court. You know what I'm saying? And you may get to live to see another day, but
how a piece of you died. A piece of you died
yeah,
that day. And every day you go through these traumatic events, a piece of you die. You're not living, you're not alive. You more and more living, not living. You more and more confined, and you're more and more hurt. You're more and more desperate and traumatized and just defeated. And that's the way the system works. It just wears you down to nothing. You can't fight back no more because you've been worn down to a nub.
yeah,
I'm half the man I used to be.
yeah.
Well, I'm half the man. Let me stop. Let me read some more comments. It says, "Thank you for your work, Dr. Anderson. All of this must be put in historical context." Another comment, it says, "As I started to watch this video, I wondered how Professor Anderson was able to summon the strength to tackle such a depressing subject. She is to be commended. I will purchase her book as her videos are always so interesting and informative." Like I say, this topic is really hard to talk about, and she talked about it very eloquently. And you could see how it was it was emotional for her. She had to breathe a few times. Let me read some more. It says, "A Winchester rifle should have a place of honor in every black home, and it should be used for that protection which the law refuses to give." Ida B. Wells.
Yeah.
I don't know if that person really got the point of the video, though. Let me read some more. It says, "Extremely informative. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I'm interested in knowing your thoughts and how we resolve this grave injustice. I'm going to buy the book." Da 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 da. Another comment. It says, "This proves a well-armed, organized community in control of its own land and resources is hard or impossible to oppress. This is a message for our African Americans today. If we want security, equality, and justice, get armed, organized, own your own means of sustenance, cooperatively, and cooperate with each other. Only our enemies will hate that." Man, that's a great fucking comment. Can I copy this?
That's what
I'm gonna.
Pat's been pretty much preaching, bro.
Yep. I gotta post that. Yeah, that's a perfect ass comment right there. And this is kind of why I wanted to cover this. And this was the thought I was thinking about. And the part that's why I played at the beginning when she talked about the black militia. And then earlier we talked about how integration may not have been the best thing for blacks. So imagine if integration never happened and people still had black militias for their neighborhoods and communities and shit. How different would things be? And that's what I'm saying. Like, the police don't need to come in there. The militia can deal with all of that internal shit. So the militia is not going to just shoot down the people that they trying to protect. You know what I'm saying? And then, it's, the cops drive around with the thing on their car that says to protect and serve. How protecting is? Who are you protecting and serving? How about that? And when you killed Philando Castillo in his car, who are you protecting and serving? What community are you protecting and serving?
Yeah.
That's why these people at the restaurant I work at always want to pay. The other day, I think I mentioned it on the show, but people at this they fight to pay for the cops' food when they come in. Like, I don't have no hate for that. That's fine, but it's just weird. I've worked at other restaurants. The demographic in this one is pretty specific, and at this restaurant, whenever police come in to eat, and they do it often, probably for this reason, other tables fight over their bill, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with it, but it's just it's a thing. It's like it sticks out in my mind. It makes me think about it. Why do these people really so, they want to fight over this, paying for this cop's bill? Why? I mean, like, okay, the protect the blue, whatever. They looking out for the community. They have a hard job. They could possibly die at work and all of that. And I get it. And I get it. And I get it. I'm not trying to downplay their role in society or their job. But at the same time, like, do these same people give to like homeless people, or do they give to other people? Like, what I'm saying is that I think that the people who want to pay for these police's food aren't necessarily doing it for the same reasons that you would think. You know what I'm saying? And if you see police killing people every day, innocent people, and you want to buy their food, like, so they must be doing the
That's
right
because they
thing.
feel like the police are. That's because they feel like that they're right in what they're doing and that they're justified and they were upholding the law.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And that's my point. Like, they're good job. Good job, buddy. Good job, buddy. Let me buy your food. Kill any black people today? Oh, I'm gonna move on because this one right here, I can't do it. Like how Pat be doing sometimes. I can't do it, bro. I can't do it. This one is gonna get me all fucking emotional, and I just don't feel like it, man. Because the reason why it's so frustrating to me is because it's like I don't see how people can't see this. If you can't see this, something is wrong. So, and then if you do see this and pretend that it's not a problem or whatever, something is wrong. Either way you go down this road, something is wrong, dramatically and drastically. And then people pretend that it's not a problem. It's all made up in people's mind. They're making it up. Racism ain't real. Police brutality against brown and black people not real. It's not real. Slavery is over. Jim Crow is over. Reconstruction is over. It's not real. It's all in your mind.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's why I get frustrated, because I can't see how anybody can continue to say these things. You're either delusional or severely ignorant. There's no other options. And I think we're
Yeah, man.
deluded. I think we have a huge amount of delusion. We canola. Oh, snap! I'm glad I'm not sharing that. That's why I need to not. OMG.
What?
Anyways, I'm about to wrap it. I was scrolling Twitter. I be trying to but I scroll early now. That's how I've been doing it. And I also been cleaning up my Twitter for a long time because I really want to use it in the show. But I still keep getting random shit pop up. Like, it really doesn't bother me normally. it bothers me, if I'm trying to do the show, I don't need, explicit content going down the timeline. They're already trying to delete me. My shit's not getting no views. It's crazy, man. It really doesn't make any sense. When I first started doing this show, I got views. Now I don't get views. And the show is way better. I got way more subscribers, everything. But I don't get no views.
Damn.
It's crazy. They I don't know, it is what it is, man. I'm gonna just keep fighting. I'm gonna just keep on. See, I look at it like practice. I keep getting better. Every time I do these shows, I get better and better and better. I'm building different kinds of skills, the research skills, memory. It's really a mental exercise and therapy for me. But I'm also building skills that I can use in other ways. Shit, whatever happens, And like I say, I'll keep getting better. I'm not going to give this up. I want to give this a good 4 years. We're 1 year in, and I want to give it 4 years to give it a chance to do something. At that point, then I'll reevaluate. So regardless if I'm getting views or not, I'm still going to keep producing content and keep getting better at what I do. Trying to be real journalism for y'all. Maybe a little bit of entertainment and a little bit of commentary, but I really just want to inform people, to expand their perspectives, to try to think about working together in communities and helping each other and shit. Basically, be humans. Stop being proud of horrible shit like lying, cheating, and stealing. This I wanted to talk about this too, because I've been thinking about this for a couple of days. It seems like people, you're supposed to lie, and just like earlier, what I was saying, like people are proud about horrible stuff and they're quiet about the good stuff they do because our society, it bigs you up for doing horrible stuff, and then it makes fun of you for doing good stuff, So, and then another part of this is the lies. Like our society, you're expected to lie, you're supposed to lie, and if you don't, then something is wrong with you. You're retarded, you're slow. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to lie. So it goes along with the other part, like people say you're supposed to know. Like they're that in it, and all of this stuff just keeps everybody ignorant and not being able to communicate with each other. Everybody is like in the dark because you're supposed to lie to protect people's feelings or whatever, or to be polite, or to follow certain traditions or whatever, to not be rude. You're supposed to lie. Telling the truth is rude. Telling the truth is being mean. Like talking to your kids and telling them about this, that, and the other, like Christmas and Santa Claus and all of that. You're not supposed to do that. That's rude and mean. You're supposed to be nice to them and lie to them. So where did this come from? Where does it come from? Being nice is lying is being nice, and telling the truth is rude. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for like looking at it this way?
Nope.
I really think it's a thing, man. It's like you can't even have conversations with people because they're too worried about hurting your feelings because it's rude to tell the truth. So then we just have all these small talk conversations about the weather and sports and shit because talking about real shit is rude. So then we go home and we spout all the racist, hateful shit we want to spout. It's not being mean when you're at home. But that's not how I feel. If I'm bad mouthing somebody in their face and bad mouthing them behind their back, bad mouthing them behind their back and bad mouthing them in their face is the same. You don't have respect for them.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know.
Morning, Daryl. Hey, yeah, good morning.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna say something behind somebody's back that I'm not gonna say in their face. That's just me. So, you know, I believe in God. I believe in the universe. And if you're walking around spouting out, even if you're at home and there's nobody around you, you are damaging yourself and the
No,
rest
they
of the
can't see
world
you. I got all my shit off.
with, with this hateful way of thinking, with this horrible ass ideology that you have. And then in public, you pretend to be something that you're not. You got on a mask. That's not the real you. And that's the reason why you all stressed out and about to explode in public, because you really just want to say what you want to feel, what you really feel, what you say at home all the time, or how you truly, really feel. How come we can't just be out in public and say how we truly, really feel? Well, if the shit is horrible, then that's the reason why. Because you're embarrassed about it. You don't want people to know how you really, truly feel. Well, then if you're embarrassed about how you really, truly feel, then there's something wrong with you. You need to reevaluate your situation. You need to do some
Yeah.
self-evaluations. Anyways, y'all. I'm getting tired and emotional. So I'm probably gonna wrap it.
Damn it. I feel you. Yeah, man. I'm doing my. Yeah, I just got done driving. Shit, it's his turn, so we're doing driver switch.
All right, man. Shit, I'm probably gonna wrap it. I may come on tomorrow, but I don't know. I work a double tomorrow, so I probably won't. It's already 3 a.m.
Dang it. I got you. I'll be home tomorrow evening. Vacation starts.
Oh, cool, man. How long you taking?
I won't be back until not next week, but week after next. Yeah, because I'm on vacation from the 19th. From the 19th to the 22nd, I'll be on vacation, and then yeah, so yeah, next week. Not next week, but week after next. You know what I mean?
Man, I already know you finna enjoy yourself with the family. So, you getting paid? You get paid your salary. How many weeks of vacation do you get a year?
Uh, I've been with them a year, so I had 10 days of vacation this year. So
I ain't gonna lie. Vacation time is one of the things I think about all the time. My old job that I left, and I really wish I had. Man, oh my God, I already had 6 weeks of vacation when I was there. Every year I had 6 weeks. I think I was about to be maxed out. I think they would have just gave me one more week. I was pretty much maxed out on vacation time. Man, that's the 401k, vacation, health insurance, dental. Um, I miss that shit. I miss
and
that shit.
that's what you had at the job you just left.
No, no, no,
Oh,
not the job I just left. No, I haven't
oh,
had that for years. I haven't had that since 2012.
oh, okay. Shit, you can always get it back, bro.
Yeah, I
Good
miss.
jobs out there, nigga.
That's what I've been thinking about it, man, and like all the stuff I'm doing in my life and all the accomplishments that you know, trying to do or whatever. And then I think about it, and I'm like, man, all I really want is like 6, 7 weeks of vacation, a fair salary, 401k, health and dental.
Yeah.
It sucks, bro. It's like you don't know what you're missing, and especially a lot of the working class. A lot of people don't get that, and they don't even know how fucking nice that shit, how much that changes your life. To be able to schedule a vacation, and what you're gonna do, and also have the money to do whatever the hell you want to do, because you're still getting paid your salary. A lot of people, most regular folks, when they take a vacation, they're not getting paid.
Yeah.
They're just taking time off.
Yeah. Now we get paid. So I get 10 days of vacation and it goes up like every year. So 10 days, that's basically 2 weeks. Uh, well, yeah, almost 2 weeks. because 2 weeks would be what, 14 days, so almost 2 weeks. Well, it's 2 weeks if you count it on a 5-day cycle, right?
Yeah. Man, that's nice. Either way, that's nice. That's how they used to do us too. Even when we got it was a week vacation, but it would be 10 days. It would always be 10 days. Um
And then I get that plus I get like I think I get like 7 or 8 PTO days, and then we get 6 paid holidays.
Yep, that's nice. I don't get
So,
none of that now.
yeah, so we get 6 paid holidays. If you work the holidays, it's time and a half. Like I worked 4th of July, so I got paid the holiday pay plus time and a half. So yeah, so
Yep.
that's how that shit worked. So
Yep.
nigga made out pretty good on that.
Yep. That's pretty good. Yeah,
So I
man.
mean, it's it is what it is, bro. It's good. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. It's good. It's great. Um, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't tell nobody any different. But it is nice to have your own business. Have your own business that's lucrative. You making that kind of bread. It's vacation all the time.
Right. Or you could choose a vacation whenever you want. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
So
problem with that is most people that do literally own their own business and they don't ever take vacations. They probably take vacations less than they staff.
yeah, I mean, yeah, in that instance, yeah, I can see that. You know, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
You
cause they
know,
cause cause
uh,
they worried about the business. It's like it's hard to unplug. It's like dudes that
well, it
sell
depends
drugs.
on what business. It depends on how like how lucrative everything. I mean, you know, yeah, yeah.
It's hard to unplug, man. I know for sure. And it's like it really don't really matter that much about which business it is, unless it's a business that has like no real overhead, like as far as like I don't know, the money is just making money, like some kind of. But even if I really can't think of nothing, because if it's real estate or something, you're gonna have to deal with that whenever you have to deal with that. If it's like stocks and whatever, then you looking at that shit every day.
Well, I mean,
So
but the difference is with that type of a with that type of a business, you can do that shit anywhere, bro. Because
yeah.
most people, when they go on vacation, they take their laptops. You're taking your that type of stuff.
But
So
are you on
you can.
vacation if you just in Jamaica and you working on your laptop? Are you on vacation?
I mean, well, you got to think doing the stock market. That's not an all day thing. That
Yeah.
shit, the stock opens super fucking early in the morning. You go on there, 30 minutes to an hour of your time, and boom, you're done the rest of the day pretty much. You know what I'm saying? So you're not you're not out there on vacation with your kids, your wife and your kids or whatever, and you all day behind the computer, and then you can't do shit till in the evening. No,
I,
nah,
I
bro.
don't I don't know about that, bro. Because all the people I know that was heavy into that shit look at that shit all day. Because the trading may not be happening, but you still looking at other shit related to what's gonna happen when it opens in the morning. And then you have like all the different trades that you can do throughout the day, short trades. Yeah, these people be looking at that shit all day. They plugged into the matrix.
I mean, I don't know.
Because they have to make moves quickly if they do, especially if they're doing these short trades. Things change. They got to be on top of it, or they're gonna lose a whole bunch of money.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know, bro. I guess I don't know. I mean, it's all in perspective, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation. I mean, I'll do my little due diligence, in the morning or whatever.
And but this is what I'll say too though. When I was on salary and when I did go on vacation, that didn't necessarily mean that the phone wouldn't ring or wouldn't be an email or something that I have to deal with, because that happened plenty of times. Or even have to go to work behind because of a situation that only you could deal with or whatever. And they'd be like, "Oh, we need you." You're like, "Oh, I guess I'm coming."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know you had those situations too. So yeah, I mean, that's true. But that's more so in that managerial type of role, I would think, huh?
Yeah, I guess I'm just speaking from my experience, and I'm
Yeah,
just
cause
saying
shit,
that
I'm not
I'm
no manager or nothing like that. So shit, when I go on vacation, I'm on vacation. I ain't gotta answer nobody phone call.
yeah,
It's
no,
like, it's
we
like when I, it's like when I'm at home. When I'm at home, bro, I'm at home. I ain't gotta answer no phone for nobody. For managers and nothing like that, I'm on home time. You know,
yeah,
my
and
time
it
is my
don't
time.
yeah, it didn't work like that when I was on salary, because even if because I get phone calls in the middle of the night, it happened many times, and I just roll out of bed and actually leave and go to work. Like they got broken into, something crazy would have to happen for that to be the case. But sometimes it be that, something really crazy happens, and then they want everybody there and have meetings and shit, and it's like be 3 o'clock in the morning, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. All of us is up in there because something
Yeah,
retarded didn't happen.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. That's true. That's
and
true.
and like I say, and like if you own a company or whatever, and you go on vacation, duty calls sometimes, like you know,
I mean,
uh,
yeah, that's true. That's true, bro. But you know,
I'm not saying it's a
everything
cool
that you're
thing.
saying is everything you're saying is true. But you got to know who the fuck you putting in place. You know what I'm saying? If you got a management team that's running shit, uh, yeah. If you got a management team that's running shit, you know, you paying them like, bro, you should be able to go without them fucking with you. Except, I mean, you may have little situations come up where they have to report something to you, but for the most part, like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's just haven't been my experience, and I think that the higher you go up on the ladder, the more it's like shit. You don't have no personal time, even when you're on vacation or even when you off, especially if they paying you a lot.
Yeah,
Because if they call you or whatever, they send you an email or whatever, shit, that's your livelihood. You're gonna hit them back. You're gonna answer that call.
yeah.
Anyways, man, I'm finna wrap it. I'm tired. I gotta work a double tomorrow too. I'm gonna play the game a little while and try to force myself to go to sleep.
I got you, bro. Well, shit, man. Well, let me know. Well, I guess if I don't get a message from you later on tonight, then I know we're not going live. So,
Yeah. Yep. So yeah. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Anybody want to chunk some money on the Cash App? It's King Chalky and T. I do audio podcasts of the show, and you can get those on Spotify, Apple, and other places. It's just the straight audio versions of the show. It's pretty cool, I think. And I want you guys to join the conversation, you guys. Like I put it on there, click the link to join. And I just have the regular people who join the show regularly, but I love to hear more people join the show and hear you guys' opinions. I really want to hear what you guys have to say about some of these topics that we talk about. And really, you guys are the ones that make the show, you know? I wish people weren't so afraid. Like, you don't have to show your face or whatever. You can just give your audio if you don't, and you don't have to give your real name. Nobody cares what your name is. But I would like to hear what you have to say. Join the show and chop it up with us sometimes. We'll be on here on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights. Come and chop it up with us.
yeah,
And the music, you can type what real is on Spotify. That's the best way to search for the music. It's KCE, King Chalky Entertainment, KCE. And yeah, there's a bunch of tracks on there, so y'all check that out too.
Gotcha.
Yep,
Yeah, man.
that's it, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you too, bro. Peace
All
and
right,
love, man.
all right, man.
All right.
Peace.